हेलो एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 2nd ऑफ जनवरी 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का ये सेशन विदाउट एनी डिले। फटाफट से देख लेते हैं नेचुरल गैस को। मॉर्निंग पे गैप डाउन हल्का सा हुआ था, रिकवरी किया, ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है वैसे बाय द वे। कल यहाँ से एक बार रिजेक्शन मिल गया था, फिर दोबारा फिर से मिला है फॉरेक्स में, ये थर्ड टाइम आ रहा है। तो थोड़ा सा वीक कह सकते हैं, काफ़ी देर लगाई है, थोड़ा बहुत आ रहा है नीचे। देखते हैं अगर नीचे निकलता है, नहीं तो फिर ब्रेकआउट करेगा ऊपर। अगर 320 319 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट तो फिर नहीं तो बाइंग करेंगे, या फिर नीचे सपोर्ट पे आता है तो फिर देखते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल को भी देखते हैं थोड़ा सा। लेट मी क्रिएट द लेवल फर्स्ट, उसके बाद क्रूड ऑयल को देखते हैं। हो सकता है लाइव में थोड़ा लॉन्ग ना करूं, ठीक है, हेल्थ उतनी अच्छी है नहीं। कोशिश करूंगा, नहीं तो लाइव छोड़ दूं लेवल लगा के, या फिर बाकी चीज़ें देखेंगे। मार्केट मैंने अभी देखा नहीं है क्या हुआ है पिछले 3-4 दिनों में, सो आई डोंट हैव एनी आइडिया। जो अभी फिलहाल सिचुएशन है उसके अकॉर्डिंग ही देखेंगे। डेटा की अगर बात करें तो आज 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, देन 7 PM पर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा है। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री आएगी 9:30 पे, और फिर आपका उससे पहले 8 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग रहेगा। कोई क्वेश्चन कोई डाउट रहेंगे तो लाइक्स कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछते रहो, क्वेश्चन भी लेने की कोशिश करेंगे एक एक करके। लेट्स मेक द लेवल फॉर क्रूड एज वेल। एक सेकंड, क्रूड के ही बनाते हैं। एंड हैप्पी न्यू ईयर टू ऑल ऑफ यू गाइस, सभी को हैप्पी न्यू ईयर वंस अगेन। आई होप सब लोगों का न्यू ईयर अच्छा ही रहा होगा। एंड इसी तरह से न्यू ईयर सब लोगों का अच्छा ही रहे पूरे साल पर। तो थोड़ा देखोगे, लाइव स्ट्रीम किया नहीं था, काफ़ी टाइम हो गया था। 27 फ्राइडे को लास्ट किया था सर। फ्राइडे के बाद फिर एक वीकली एनालिसिस किया था। तो मंडे को अगर आप देखोगे, 30 को मंडे था। थोड़ा सा वेदर वगैरह की न्यूज़ थी, नेचुरल गैस काफ़ी हाई लेवल तक गया था, फिर वहीं से 350 से वापस सेल ऑफ आ गया था 31 को। और कल भी 1 जनवरी को देखोगे तो मार्केट कुछ खास किया नहीं। कल इवनिंग सेशन वैसे भी क्लोज था, तो बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज चला गया मार्केट। आज थोड़ा बहुत मुझे लग रहा है शायद मोमेंटम हो। नॉर्मली 5 जनवरी तक उतना मोमेंटम होता नहीं है, तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, वॉलेटिलिटी थोड़ी ज़्यादा हो सकती है। क्रूड ऑयल के लेवल अभी बना रहे हैं, एक सेकेंड वेट करो। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। समुद्री कुमार जी कैसे हैं तबीयत सागर भाई? हेल्थ ऐसी है सर, थोड़ी सी रिकवरी हो रही है बस अभी। सोचो न्यू ईयर अगर हॉस्पिटल में मनाना पड़ जाए तो कैसा होगा। अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हो गया नेचुरल गैस तो ऊपर काफ़ी अच्छा जाएगा, क्योंकि ये रेजिस्टेंस ना बहुत बार टेस्ट हो चुका है। कल से 2-3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, तीसरी बार है। तो अगर ये आपकी बार नहीं आया नीचे और ब्रेकआउट हो गया टू 319 के ऊपर, अच्छा मूव मिल सकता है। क्या हो गया था? अरे वो कोलेस्ट्रॉल लेवल कुछ ज़्यादा इंक्रीज हो गया था एक्चुअली। सो थोड़ा सा रिस्क नहीं लिया मैंने। आई डोंट नो कि कोलेस्ट्रॉल लेवल इंक्रीज होने से हार्ट पे प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, एंड इसके कोई सिम्टम्स भी नहीं होते। वो आपको तभी पता चलता है जब सीवियर पेन होना स्टार्ट हो जाता है। सो उसके वजह से थोड़ा सा आईसीयू में रखना पड़ा। नाम इन होम, रिकवरी चल रही, आई होप सो कोलेस्ट्रॉल लेवल कम हो जाए, ज़्यादा ना बढ़े। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को भी देखते हैं, लेट्स सी। नॉनवेज ज़्यादा खाते हो क्या? नहीं नहीं, मैं तो बिल्कुल भी नॉनवेज नहीं खाता हूँ। नॉनवेज मैं खाता ही नहीं हूँ। मेनली वो आई थिंक जंक फूड में थोड़ा ज़्यादा खाता हूँ, आप कह सकते हो, उसकी वजह से हो गया है। आई एम अ वेजिटेरियन एक्चुअली। हार्ट सही है और तो जो हो, हार्ट सही होना चाहिए। क्रूड के लेवल बना रहे हैं सर, एक सेकेंड। नेचुरल गैस की भी फ्यूचर की एक्सपायरी हो गई थी लास्ट वीक। ही जा रहा है सर, वो जो लेवल बनाए थे ना लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में फ्राइडे के, वही है। ब्रेकआउट हो गया था आपका 30 को ब्रेकआउट हुआ था, रीटेस्ट करके मार्केट ऊपर ही जा रहा है। ऊपर एफईजी था, वहां से थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग मिली थी 31 को। आज वो लेवल ही ब्रेक हो चुके हैं। ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है, बिल्कुल है। हैप्पी न्यू ईयर टू ऑल ऑफ यू वंस अगेन। थोड़ा सा नीचे आ जाता तो फिर यहाँ से बाइंग करके ना प्लान कर लेते। ठीक है, अगर ये 320 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट करता है तो वहाँ एक ब्रेकआउट हो सकता है, या फिर नीचे यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट है इस एरिया के आसपास। यहाँ पर सपोर्ट लेगा तो यहाँ बाइंग का देख लेंगे। ऊपर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो अच्छा चला जाएगा वैसे। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री थोड़ा सा टाइम देख लेना, 9:30 है, ठीक है। क्रूड ऑयल की जो इन्वेंट्री का टाइम है दैट इज़ 9:30 PM। वैसे नॉर्मली 9 PM पे आती है, बट दैट इज़ 9:30। Why crude is continuously rising? Because the breakout is happen, sir. Breakout is happen. मेजर जो उसका रेजिस्टेंस था लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में जब हमने किया था फ्राइडे के दिन, याद होगा, मार्केट अपने रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे रुका हुआ था, नीचे नहीं आया। रेजिस्टेंस पे रुका जरूर बट नीचे नहीं आया। एंड वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा, मैंने आप लोगों को एक प्राइस एक्शन दिखाया था, मैं अभी चार्ट में दिखा देता हूँ आप लोगों को। एक बहुत ही अच्छा पैटर्न बन रहा था, मैंने कहा था अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हो गया तो ये उड़ जाएगा, बिल्कुल वही हो रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। हाँ, इंडियन मार्केट भी ठीक ही चल रहा है। इंडियन मार्केट तो बैंक निफ्टी नीचे से 1000 पॉइंट चढ़ गया बिल्कुल। 31st और 1 Jan को मोमेंटम काफ़ी अच्छा हो गया उसमें। देखोगे ऐसा कोई सच मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो है नहीं, बस ये शायद थोड़ा बहुत रुके प्राइस यहाँ पर। कुछ ज़्यादा ही कंसोलिडेशन कर रखा है प्राइस ने यहाँ पर 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। अराउंड 319.20 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट करता है, बीच में ऐसा कोई मच मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं। एक ऊपर ही रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है अराउंड 334 से 337 के बीच में। अदरवाइज ये बीच में कुछ यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटिलिटी है। ऐसा सच मेजर रेजिस्टेंस मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है। अगर कुछ नया लेवल बना दे तो बेटर रहेगा, अदरवाइज थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है तो लेवल्स पे आइडेंटिफाई करने पे। एक यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस हुआ करता था, उसका न्यूज़ पे ब्रेकआउट हो गया सीधा। ब्रेकआउट के बाद वापस जब प्राइस नीचे आया तो फिर वो सब रेजिस्टेंस लेने की कोशिश कर रहा था, वो भी नहीं हुआ। तो कोई नया लेवल बनेगा तो फिर देखेंगे इसके ऊपर, अदरवाइज यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा कॉशियस रहना। कोई लेवल यहाँ पे ऐसे है नहीं बीच में। थोड़ा नीचे आके सपोर्ट ले तो और बेटर है। नेचुरल गैस 15 मिनट। हाँ, मैं क्रूड ऑयल का आपको लेवल दिखा रहा था ना। मैंने क्रूड ऑयल में बताया उस दिन आप लोगों को, एक वो बहुत ही अच्छा प्राइस सेक्शन बना के बैठा हुआ है। याद होगा जब हम लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन पे थे, प्राइस यहाँ कहीं चल रहा था। आई थिंक इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, कहाँ थे हम? यहीं पर थे। फ्राइडे को कब था हमारा फ्राइडे? 27। याद होगा यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ था, और उस दिन क्लोजिंग हमारी यहाँ पर हो गई थी। मार्केट ओपन हुआ था 30 को, गैप अप, छोटा सा ही गैप अप था, बट वहाँ पर मार्केट ने ब्रेकआउट किया। रीटेस्ट करके ऊपर एक एफईजी था, एग्जैक्टली उस एफईजी तक गया था, याद होगा। वहाँ से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई थी, वो एफईजी भी ब्रेकआउट करके और नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस चला गया। प्राइस एक्शन देखोगे तो था ही ये ब्रेकआउट के चांसेस। ये जो रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर बन रहा था, मैंने आप लोगों को एक करके भी दिखाया था यहाँ पर। अगर ये ब्रेकआउट सक्सेसफुली हो गया यहाँ पर तो नॉर्मली इतना तो जाना चाहिए। नॉर्मली तो जाता है इतना। तो अगर इस डिस्टेंस को अगर थोड़ा मेजर करोगे, अप्रॉक्सीमेटली मैं अगर मान के चलूँ 400 पॉइंट दिखा रहा है ये। तो ब्रेकआउट के बाद ऑलरेडी ये 200 पॉइंट तो चला गया है। हो सकता है 200 पॉइंट और जाए 6400 के आसपास। तो ब्रेकआउट हुआ था इसलिए थोड़ा सा मार्केट सुपर बुलिश हो चुका है उस वजह से। 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। देख रहे हैं क्रूड को, एक सेकेंड। बता दिया मैंने, 6:30, सॉरी 7 PM पर एक डेटा है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा वो। और उसके बाद फिर क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है शाम को 9:30 पर। वो क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस को इम्पैक्ट करेगी। और जो सपोर्ट, गुड इवनिंग सर। हेल्थ को क्या हुआ था? हेल्थ को सर ऐसा हुआ था कि कोलेस्ट्रॉल का लेवल इंक्रीज हो गया था अननेसेसरी, डेंजरस लेवल पे। सो कई सिम्टम्स हो गए उस वजह से, सॉर्ट ऑफ ब्रेथनेस, पेन, एंजाइटी, हेडेक। सो आई थॉट कहीं हार्ट अटैक ना आ गया हो। मेनली लोग ऐसा ही सोचते हैं। सो दैट्स व्हाई आई डोंट टेक रिस्क एंड डायरेक्टली गो टू द हॉस्पिटल। वही सही कह रहे हो। फास्ट फूड ज़्यादा खा लिया, बिकॉज मैं नॉन वेज तो खाता नहीं हूँ। मैं लाइव आने वाला था एक्चुअली 30 को, जो मैंने लाइव भी शेड्यूल किया था। आप लोगों को याद होगा, 30 को लाइव भी शेड्यूल किया था मैंने। एंड उस दिन मैं आने वाला था लाइव। बट आई थिंक सैटरडे की शाम को सडनली मेरी हेल्थ बिगड़ गई। तो मुझे उसी दिन एडमिट होना पड़ा आईसीयू में। तो मैंने सोचा 2 दिन में हो जाएंगे, आ जाएंगे, कुछ ज़्यादा हुआ नहीं होगा। बट फिर जब रिपोर्ट्स आई तो वो कोलेस्ट्रॉल का लेवल 270 क्रॉस चला गया था। विच इज़ आई थिंक लेस देन 200 होना चाहिए टोटल। एलडीएल का आई थिंक 100 के अंदर होना चाहिए, वो 170 पहुंच रखा है। तो प्रॉब्लम मैंने, डॉक्टर ने वहीं रोक लिया फिर मुझे। मेरा न्यू ईयर हॉस्पिटल में निकल गया, बताओ। और रेस्ट लेना ज़रूरी है। बाकी मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि अगर आप कराएं तो अपना कोलेस्ट्रॉल का टेस्ट जरूर कराएं। बिकॉज कोलेस्ट्रॉल जब इंक्रीज होता है ना बॉडी में, तो उसके कोई सिम्टम्स नहीं होते, याद रखना। ना आपको बुखार आएगा, ना कुछ होगा, कुछ भी नहीं होगा। वो सीधा आपका चेस्ट पेन होना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, एंजाइटी होनी स्टार्ट हो जाएगी। और फिर तब जाओगे तो ऐसा ना हो कि हार्ट में जो आर्टलरीज हैं उनमें ब्लॉकेज आ जाए। दैट इज़ टू डेंजरस। तो सब लोग अपना नॉर्मल एटलीस्ट ब्लड टेस्ट जब कराएं तो कोलेस्ट्रॉल का टेस्ट भी जरूर कर लें। कौन सरकार जी? दैट्स व्हाई आई टेक द रेस्ट। ठीक है। कोलेस्ट्रॉल का टेस्ट जरूर करा लें गाइस, क्योंकि उसके कोई सिम्टम्स नहीं होते एंड इट विल इम्पैक्ट योर हेल्थ। और अगर आप स्पेशली आपका बैठे रह के थोड़ा ज़्यादा काम है, फिजिकल वर्क कम है, फास्ट फूड आप बहुत खाते हो या फिर नॉन वेज बहुत ज़्यादा खाते हो, देयर इज़ अ वेरी हाई चांसेस कि आपका कोलेस्ट्रॉल बहुत ज़्यादा होगा। और अगर है तो वो तभी आपको अटैक करेगा जब आपकी हार्ट की आर्टलरी बंद हो जाती है, और फिर उस समय याद रखना हार्ट अटैक आने के बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस होते हैं। और वो आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा, ना ईसीजी में पता चलेगा, ना आपका इको होता है उसमें पता चलेगा, उसमें सिर्फ हेल्थ पता चलती है हार्ट की कैसी है। फिर आपको एंजियोग्राफी करानी पड़ेगी टेस्ट के लिए। तो बेटर है कोलेस्ट्रॉल चेक कर लो टाइम से ही। ईट हेल्थी फूड गाइस, डू सम एक्सरसाइज, डोंट ईट नॉन वेज एज मच एज जितना खा सकते हो, हेल्थी फूड ही खाओ। कि क्रूड ऑयल को देख लेते हैं, क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट ही गायब हो गया, स्ट्रीम पे नहीं चल रहा। बिल्कुल बहुत रिस्की है ये तो। आपका हार्ट आपका इंजन है, वही बंद हो गया तो फिर क्या ही बचेगा। हो सके सबसे बेस्ट तो है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल तो आप करा ही लोगे, खैर वो तो ब्लड टेस्ट है, नॉर्मली कहीं पर भी हो जाता है, किसी भी लैब में हो जाएगा। अगर पॉसिबल है, अगर आपको किडनी की प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं है, मैं रिकमेंड नहीं कर रहा हूँ, अपने डॉक्टर से ज़रूर कंसल्ट करें। बट अगर आपको किडनी की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आप थोड़ी बहुत हेल्थी हो, नॉर्मली हो, तो आप सीटी एंजियोग्राफी ज़रूर करा लें। सीटी एंजियोग्राफी से आपके हार्ट का जो पूरा हेल्थ है वो पता चल जाता है, उसमें आपकी आर्टलरी में कुछ ब्लॉकेज तो नहीं है वो पता चल जाता है। क्योंकि दुनिया में इसके अलावा कोई और मेथड नहीं है जिससे आपको ये पता चले कि आपकी हार्ट की जो अंदर नसें हैं, आर्टलरीज हैं, उनमें ब्लॉकेज है या नहीं है। पहले जो मेथड होती थी उसको लोग अब यूज़ नहीं करते। जो नई मेथड आई है सीटी, जैसे सीटी स्कैन होता है एमआरआई की तरह, माइंड का वैसे ही होता है वो, बट वो थोड़ा सा रिस्की है। अगर जो किडनी पेशेंट्स हैं तो प्लीज़ अपने डॉक्टर से ज़रूर कंसल्ट करें, फिर कराएं। 10-15 के में हो जाता हो एक टेस्ट, उससे आपके पूरे हार्ट की आर्टरी दिख जाएंगी, कहीं पर भी थोड़ी सी ब्लॉकेज होगी। क्योंकि याद रखना, जब हार्ट अटैक आता है या फिर आपकी हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं, तो वो तब तक पता नहीं चलती है जब तक 70% या 80% ब्लॉकेज ना हो जाए, तब तक तो ब्लड सर्कुलेट होता रहता है। बट जब वो 70-80% पहुंच जाता है, आपके अंदर जो कोलेस्ट्रॉल का लेवल इतना ज़्यादा, फैट इंक्रीज हो जाता है वेसल्स के अंदर, कार्टलरीज के अंदर, तब जाके फिर वो ब्लड पहुंच नहीं पाता है सप्लाई हार्ट पे, और तब अटैक्स आने स्टार्ट होते हैं। सो टेस्ट करा के ज़रूर देखें। ठीक है, मुझे भी पता नहीं था ये सब कुछ, डॉक्टर ने ही बताया, इसलिए बता रहा हूँ आपको, नहीं तो हम तो बैठे रह जाते हैं ऐसे ही हम। हाँ माया जी, अरे थैंक यू सो मच सर, बट और भी थोड़े से काम हो जाते हैं इसलिए। नहीं, फूड तो मैं भी नॉर्मली खा रहा हूँ, लाइक खाना ही पड़ेगा, नहीं तो बचेंगे ही नहीं। दैट इज नेसेसरी। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस आ नहीं रहा है नीचे, थोड़ा सा नीचे अगर आ जाए तो यहाँ से बाइंग कर ले। जिन लोगों ने अगर सेल किया, थोड़ा संभल के, ये रेजिस्टेंस वीक है थोड़ा सा। 33 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर, एक बार कल ही कर दिया था, एक बार यहाँ, दूसरी बार यहाँ किया था, थर्ड टाइम किया है। और लोअर लो बनाया है नीस ने यहाँ पर, लो, 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 उड़ा तो ऊपर चला जाएगा ब्रेकआउट करके। नो नो नो। टाइम फ्रेम बता दो, क्रिप्टो का टाइम फ्रेम। लोग पूछ रहे हैं, प्लीज टाइम फ्रेम भी मेंशन कर दो उसमें, कितने मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे पूछ रहे हो। ओके, क्रूड के चार्ट को देखोगे, ये कुछ न्यूज आई है शायद, लग रहा है इसमें 3 बजे। मॉर्निंग पे तो बिल्कुल ही वॉल्यूम नहीं था, सडनली अपसाइड गया है। एक बार रेजिस्टेंस देख लेते हैं, कुछ बन रहा है क्या इसमें। पीछे चार्ट भी नहीं शो कर रहा है एक्चुअली, बीच में बहुत बड़ा गैप है। इंडियन ब्रोकर है ना, बहुत सारे इंडियन ब्रोकर हैं, बट वहाँ वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा कम मिलेगा। बहुत सारे इंडियन ब्रोकर हैं जो इंडिया में रजिस्टर्ड भी हैं। देख रहा हूँ, एक बार थोड़ा क्रूड देख लूँ एक बार। जस्ट गिव मी मोमेंट में, एक बार क्रूड का चार्ट लगा रहा हूँ। अभी रुक जाओ, अभी 5 बजने में टाइमिंग है, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम भी इतना है नहीं। सडन मोमेंटम आया है, वॉलेटिलिटी ज़्यादा है एज कम्पेयर टू नॉर्मल वॉल्यूम। क्रूड के लेवल लगा लूँ एक बार। देखो, क्रूड ऑयल अपने रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर, रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं कहेंगे इसको, ये 3 बार टेस्ट हो गया। सपोर्ट एरिया हुआ करता था, ये ब्रेक डाउन हुआ, रेजिस्टेंस बना, फिर ब्रेकआउट हुआ, फिर सपोर्ट बना, फिर ब्रेक डाउन हुआ, फिर रेजिस्टेंस बन गया। अभी रेजिस्टेंस की तरह ही काम कर रहा है शायद। देखो, ये करंट लेवल ना क्रूड ऑयल में 6250, 6250 से 6270, 280 कह सकते हैं, 30 पॉइंट की जो रेंज है। ये मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्टेड लेवल है, ये कोई सपोर्ट ऐसा नहीं था कि सपोर्ट है। बट इसके अलावा कोई और लेवल भी नहीं दिख रहे इसमें। फॉरेक्स चार्ट में हो सकते हैं, एमसीएक्स में नहीं दिख सकते। सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रेजिस्टेंस बना, फिर ब्रेकआउट हो गया, वही सपोर्ट की तरह काम किया, फिर ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रेजिस्टेंस, और अभी उसी लेवल पे है, तो एक फिर से रेजिस्टेंस की तरह ही काम कर रहा है। तो मल्टीपल टाइम का लेवल है। थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना, रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम जरूर कर रहा है, कोई नए लेवल बन जाए तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग वो ज़्यादा सेफ रहेगा। और कोई लेवल छोटे। क्योंकि यहाँ पर सीधा अक्टूबर का ही लेवल दिख रहा है, अक्टूबर, और फिर उसके बाद नवंबर, सितंबर का, उसके अलावा लेवल है नहीं, बहुत पीछे जाना पड़ रहा है। 15 में टाइम फ्रेम की बाय द वे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। इसको काउंट कर सकते हैं क्या? पर इस लेवल को देखें। नेचुरल गैस भी लग रहा है ब्रेकआउट ही कर देगा सीधा। तो वही डेलो के अराउंड ही है, 6200 टू 6180 टू 6190 के अराउंड मिल जाएगा आपको सपोर्ट क्रूड में। रेजिस्टेंस बट इतना ऐसा कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, एक पुराना बहुत रेजिस्टेंस है वही काम कर रहा है। कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बने तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ज़्यादा सेफ रहेगा। ठीक है, तो 6180 टू 6190 ही आपका ही बीच जो डेलो के आसपास लेवल है, दैट इज़ अ सपोर्ट एरिया। मैं कौन सी न्यूज आई, मैं वही चेक कर रहा हूँ। न्यूज भी ऐसे कोई दिखा नहीं रहा, बट ये 3 PM की कैंडल 3:15 की 15 मिनट की कैंडल देखोगे, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, सो देयर इज सम न्यूज डेफिनेटली इन क्रूड ऑयल एट दैट टाइम। तभी सडनली मूव किया अप साइड पे उस समय। लेट्स होप ब्रेकआउट करता है या नीचे ही आता है वापस। क्योंकि ऊपर भी ध्यान रखना, यहाँ पर भी कोई ऐसा रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं, एक बहुत पुराना एक ही लेवल था कल, क्योंकि न्यूज़ की वजह से मार्केट, ये पूरा जो मूव हुआ है मार्केट न्यूज़ की वजह से ही हुआ है। तो रेजिस्टेंस बिकम सपोर्ट, फिर रेजिस्टेंस, फिर सपोर्ट, फिर रेजिस्टेंस, फिर सपोर्ट, वही बना था। तो कल वाला मोमेंटम आई डोंट नो एक्चुअली वाला है या फिर नहीं है। तो थोड़ा बहुत शायद 324 के आसपास ही एक रेजिस्टेंस जो मिलेगा, नहीं तो नया कोई रेजिस्टेंस देखेंगे। हाँ, ओके। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है नेचुरल गैस में। हर्ष अग्रवाल जी, क्रूड क्रूड का चार्ट नहीं दिख रहा क्या? अरे क्रूड का स्क्रीन कहाँ गई दूसरी? क्रूड का चार्ट यहाँ लगा देते हैं, एक सेकंड। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल जैसा मैंने बताया वो पूरा एक रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही बना हुआ है, 2000 6260 से 6280 तक। दैट वाज अ ओल्ड रेजिस्टेंस जोन। तो इसमें से कहीं से भी रेजिस्टेंस ले सकता है, दो बार तो यहीं से लेके गया है प्राइस। इसको इस तरह से प्लान कर सकते हो, देखो सेलिंग हो सकता है यहाँ से ही आ जाए, हो सकता है यहाँ से जाके आए। लेवल काफ़ी बड़ा है और पुराना है। तो लोअर एंड पे सेल करोगे, थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रखना, नहीं तो अपर लेवल पे रखो, करोगे थोड़ा क्वांटिटी इंक्रीज कर सकते हो। बाकी नीचे नो डेलो के आसपास ही सपोर्ट मिलेगा, देयर इज नो अदर सपोर्ट एरिया एटलीस्ट इन 15 मिनट। ये अब होने वाला है, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आई थिंक इंक्रीज हो जाए अब। बीच में और कोई सपोर्ट भी नहीं है। एक गैप डाउन भी हुआ है आई थिंक 11th ऑफ अक्टूबर से लेकर 14th ऑफ अक्टूबर के बीच में फ्राइडे को, और उसके बाद सीधा मंडे को जब मार्केट ओपन हुआ था अक्टूबर में, तो एक बहुत बड़ा गैप डाउन भी है वहां पर। और देखोगे तो कोई रेजिस्टेंस मुझे तो नहीं दिख रहा, तो ये रिटेस्ट जोन ही है। पहले सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर रहा है। न्यूज़ थी क्या इस दिन? क्यों 7 PM वाला डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with a pair of incidents that are putting national security back in the spotlight at the start of the year. First, in New Orleans, where a man drove a rented pickup truck into a crowd of New Year's revelers in the French Quarter. At least 15 people were killed, dozens more wounded. This man says he witnessed the rampage.
Truck hits the corner and comes barreling through people, throwing people like a movie scene, like real life, throwing people into the air. They falling under the car.
The driver was killed in a shootout with police. He's been identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old Army veteran from Texas. Alethea Duncan is the assistant special agent in charge of the FBI's New Orleans field office.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
FBI Special Agent Alethea Duncan says authorities found an Islamic State flag in the pickup truck along with 2 improvised explosive devices. She says more potential IEDs were found in the French Quarter. This attack happened hours before the Sugar Bowl was set to kick off at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. That game has been postponed to today.
Well, Nathan, hours after the New Orleans attack, an incident in Las Vegas piled onto the security concerns. A Tesla Cybertruck pulled up to the Trump Las Vegas hotel and exploded, killing the driver and injuring 7 others. Kevin McMahill is the Las Vegas sheriff.
It pulled right up to the glass entrance doors of the hotel. We saw that smoke start showing from the vehicle, and then a large explosion from the truck occurs.
Sheriff McMahill says fuel canisters and fireworks mortars were found inside the Cybertruck. Tesla CEO Elon Musk says the company has confirmed the blast was not caused by the vehicle itself, and he's suggesting it could be linked to the New Orleans attack. President Biden says law enforcement is probing both incidents, and he sent a message to the people of New Orleans.
To all the families of those who are killed, to all those who are injured, to all the people of New Orleans, we're grieving today. I want you to know, I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you.
President Biden addressed the nation last night from Camp David.
And care on both incidents come less than 3 weeks before Donald Trump is sworn in as president. We get more on the president-elect's reaction from Bloomberg Television managing editor Miles Miller.
President-elect Donald Trump, who takes office on January 20th, called these attacks an urgent reminder of the need for robust national security. Of course, the FBI is probing both of these crime scenes, and Donald Trump has pledged to replace the FBI director. He's already nominated someone to be Homeland Security chief. But this highlights the need for robust domestic security. When we talk about everything from homegrown terrorism to attacks from ISIS and the like, this threat of homegrown terrorism is not new.
Bloomberg Television managing editor Miles Miller says President-elect Trump also used the incident to assail crime and border security, suggesting before the suspect was identified as an American Army vet that he may have been a migrant.
Well, we turn to the markets now, Nathan, and it wasn't such a great beginning for stocks in Asia. In fact, Chinese stocks had their worst start to a year in nearly a decade. We get more from Bloomberg Markets reporter Mark Cranfield in Singapore.
A little surprising in some respects when all the effort the Chinese authorities were making towards the end of last year to remind investors about all the stimulus they're doing and all the positive aspects in terms of trying to promote growth in 2025. And yet here we are with little sign that they're doing anything today. And even a speech from President Xi Jinping at the end of last year doesn't seem to have rallied the market at all.
And Bloomberg's Mark Cranfield says stocks in China plunged 2.9% and Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index slid 2.2%.
As for U.S. markets, Karen, futures are higher as we kick off the new year following gains of 24% for the S&P 500 in 2024. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's John Tucker. Though, John, we did end the year on something of a sour note, didn't we?
Yeah, good morning, Nathan. 4-day slump, in fact, marked the end of 2024. But keep in mind, Nathan, the period known for the so-called Santa Claus rallies also includes the first 2 trading days of the year, so not over just yet. Now, last year did mark the best 2-year run for the S&P 500 since the late 1990s. The Magnificent 7 mega caps powered a surge of more than 50% of the benchmark index since the start of 2023. That was amid enthusiasm, of course, around artificial intelligence. And AI darling NVIDIA was up for the year 179%. So what's ahead? Looking forward, there's at least one key for portfolio manager Matt Stuckey at Northwestern Mutual.
The path of interest rates and the level of interest rates has really dictated winners and losers in the economy as well as in the markets.
And investors also waiting to see if the AI story is going to broaden out to the rest of the market. That would mean that earnings growth would be supported not just by the Mag 7, but also other sectors in the S&P 500. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. New Year's Day was supposed to produce 3 college football playoff quarterfinal games, one of them postponed. That was Notre Dame and Georgia in New Orleans due to the tragedy there. They will instead play today at 4 Eastern. The Rose Bowl was a blowout. Ohio State scored a minute in, led 34-0, went on to wallop top-seeded Oregon 41-21. Double overtime at the Peach Bowl. Texas blew a big lead and then beat Arizona State 39-31 in double overtime. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward. Sometimes they even find it a little embarrassing. I do not. I like talking about money. Whether it's the boardroom, the newsroom, the trading floor, I've spent the last 30 years talking about money, writing about money, and talking about it and writing about it a little bit more. I'm Maren Somerset-Webb, and every week senior reporter John Steppick and I answer your questions about personal finance, and we discuss the best strategies for making the most of your money. Listen in for the kind of insights and explanations everyone can use to help them make better saving and investment choices for themselves and their families.
My question is whether you think maxing out my company pension match is enough for when it comes to saving for my pension.
Should I attempt to pay my child's university fees and living costs?
My partner and I have excess savings, so should we overpay on our mortgage or should we put the money into stocks?
From Bloomberg Podcasts, tune in to Maren Talks Money. Follow Maren Talks Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
आईपीएम हो गया गाइस। क्रूड ऑयल ध्यान रखना, बता दिया है पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, यहाँ से भी सेलिंग आ सकती है, ठीक है। लोअर एंड पे सेल करोगे थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना, नहीं तो हायर एंड पे आने का वेट कर सकते हो। बट जरूरी नहीं है कि हायर एंड पे आए आए, हायर एंड पे आया तो एसएल छोटा हो जाएगा, यही हम चाह रहे हैं बस, क्योंकि लेवल काफ़ी बड़ा है। नीचे फिर जैसा मैंने बताया 6180 190 है आपका सपोर्ट जोन रहेगा। नेचुरल गैस कर गया ब्रेकआउट ऑलरेडी। फॉरेक्स चार्ट देख ले, कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी थी लास्ट, ये भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो ही है। 2 बार सेलिंग आ गई थी, थर्ड टाइम था। ओके तो गाइस जिन लोगों ने स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल. पूरा लगा नीचे आएगा तो फिर वही 6180 190 तक का ही टारगेट रखना है, ठीक है. वहां पर देखेंगे रुक रहा है प्राइस या नहीं. गैस रीटेस्ट कर रहा हो तो क्वांटिटी कब बढ़ानी होती है बाइंग में? नेचुरल गैस में क्वांटिटी में रीटेस्ट में नहीं बढ़ाई जाती है। रीटेस्ट में तो आप एक ही बार में एंटर करोगे, क्योंकि नॉर्मली रीटेस्ट एक या दो बार ही करता है, बहुत रेयर दो बार कर दे, नहीं तो एक ही बार होता है मेनली। तो रीटेस्ट करे तो आप उसमें डायरेक्टली बाइंग कर सकते हो। क्वांटिटी बढ़ानी या फिर आपको चाहे बाइंग साइड या सेलिंग साइड हो, तो सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे बाइंग सेलिंग करो, वो ज़्यादा बेटर रहता है कि एक बार जैसे यहाँ पर हुआ है कल, नेचुरल गैस में सेम हुआ है। ये आपका एक सपोर्ट एरिया था, मार्केट ने ब्रेक डाउन किया, ठीक है, रीटेस्ट किया, बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटिलिटी थी, बट फाइनली फिर नीचे आया रीटेस्ट करके। जब वापस ऊपर गया दूसरी बार में, तब यहाँ फिर अगर और क्वांटिटी सेल करनी है तो, अदरवाइज रीटेस्ट एक ही बार होता है। और अगर वो बहुत ज़्यादा कंजस्टेड हो जाए, बिकॉज ये कल बहुत ज़्यादा कंजस्टेड हो गया था ब्रेक डाउन के बाद।
Today, a driver flying an ISIS flag rams into a New Orleans crowd celebrating New Year's Day. A Tesla Cybertruck explodes outside the Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas. The Russian gas era in Europe ends as Ukraine refuses to renew a transit agreement. And what is the US debt ceiling, anyway? It's Thursday, January 2nd. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool. The streets of New Orleans before midnight on New Year's Eve. Just hours later, a US Army veteran flying an ISIS flag from his truck ploughed into the crowded French Quarter, killing 15 people. The suspect has been identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old US citizen from Texas who once served in Afghanistan. He was killed in a shootout with police.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
Police Chief Anne Kirkpatrick describing how the attacker drove around security barricades in an attack officials say may have been carried out with the help of others. Kimberly Strickland was just 20 yards from where the truck hit pedestrians.
Like, you just heard this squeal and like the rev of an engine and then this huge loud impact and then the people screaming.
Around 30 people were also injured. Police have found weapons and a potential explosive device inside the vehicle. US President Joe Biden called it a despicable attack, adding that all resources are being made available for a full investigation into the incident, as well as the explosion of a Tesla Cybertruck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas.
Law enforcement and the intelligence community are investigating this as well, including whether there's any possible connection with the attack in New Orleans.
That explosion in Las Vegas happened just hours after the New Orleans attack. The driver was killed and 7 others injured. Videos taken by witnesses inside and outside the hotel show the vehicle exploding and then flames pouring out of it.
You just heard a boom.
Oh my God! In this video, taken by Jeffrey Miller, black smoke can be seen rising in front of the hotel. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Sheriff Kevin McMahill described what they found in the back of the truck.
So those are gasoline canisters, they are camp fuel canisters, and large firework mortars.
The FBI says it's investigating whether the Vegas blast was an act of terrorism. Former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has resigned from Parliament. Gallant was fired from the government in November by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after months of disagreements over the conduct of the war against Hamas in Gaza. Energy is being restored in Puerto Rico after a grid failure on New Year's Eve left nearly all of the island without power. Incoming Governor Jennifer Gonzalez has said on social media that she's forming an energy task force to address the frequent blackouts. The Fiji government says police are investigating incidents involving 2 crew members of Virgin Australia Airline who were allegedly victims of rape and theft in the early hours of New Year's Day. The crew members were in the popular tourist destination of Nadi on a layover before they were supposed to fly off the following day. A gunman who killed at least 10 people in a rampage in a small town in Montenegro has died from self-inflicted injuries. The gunman, identified by police as Alexander Martinovic, died after attempting suicide near his home in the town of Cetinje. Donald Trump's impending return to the White House and his plans for hefty import tariffs, tax cuts, and immigration restrictions is setting the tone for the new year on markets. Chinese stocks in particular fell heavily, as did the yuan, which weakened to its lowest level against the US dollar in almost 14 months. Trump's talk of tariffs in excess of 60% on imports of Chinese goods has coincided with central government pledges of proactive policies to promote growth this year, muddying the outlook for an economy that has struggled for momentum. It's the end of an era. No more Russian gas to Europe, after the expiry of a 5-year transit agreement between Russia and Ukraine, and a reversal of fortune for Russia's energy giant, Gazprom. Dmitry Zhdanikov is our EMEA energy and commodities editor. So Dima, what does this mean for Gazprom?
I mean, it's enough to look at their financial performance in 2023 to see the real impact. They've posted a loss of $7 billion. They haven't had a loss since 1999. Just to remind people, 1999, Putin was not even in power back then. So for Gazprom, it's a massive problem because they used to supply dozens of countries in Europe and they had great plans to expand worldwide, supply liquefied gas from America to Asia, and all these plans are now essentially in ruins. They have also these pipelines, the pipelines that connect Russia with Europe, the tens of billions worth of infrastructure. Which is just buried in the ground.
Conversely, it's ended up as a big win for the US, right?
It did. I mean, not intentionally, but the US is the biggest winner in all this because they've replaced most of Gazprom's gas in Europe with supplies of liquefied gas because the US gas industry is booming. It's very ironic. Gazprom dismissed for many years the might of US gas industry, saying they won't be able to compete. Well, it turns out they are the ones who displaced all the Russian gas in Europe. And the US role will only be rising. In December, Trump said that he will be pressing the EU to buy more US energy or face tariffs.
Gazprom has recognised that the loss of major EU clients has adversely impacted its business, but says it plans to grow exports to Asia to compensate for the loss. Donald Trump wanted to start his second presidency without having to worry about the debt ceiling. Things didn't go his way. And so here we are, once again, with the United States pushing up against its legal borrowing limit and everyone having to fret about a potential default by the world's biggest debtor. Outgoing Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says government officials may have to take extraordinary measures by as early as January 14th to prevent that happening. But what exactly is the debt limit? David Lauder covers the Treasury and breaks it down for us.
The debt ceiling was created by Congress in 1917 when the United States entered World War I. So up until that time, any borrowing that was done by the Treasury Department required a specific act of Congress. They had to go back and ask for permission every time they wanted to sell bonds, and this was not a very efficient way to borrow the vast sums of money that were needed for the war effort. So Congress authorized the Treasury to go to the debt markets at the optimum times to raise money, as it saw fit. But in exchange for this, it set an overall cap on the amount that could be borrowed. So to go above that level, the president would have to go back to Congress for permission. And so that became the debt limit that we know today.
How is it used?
So in terms of doing what it says on the box, which is to limit the debt, it has failed miserably. For the most part, debt ceiling expirations have been used as leverage by Congress to extract spending concessions. And it's usually been the Republicans that have used it as a bargaining chip. So in recent years, it's been a message of cut spending, or else we will force a default on the payment obligations of the U.S. government. It's an artificial construct that a lot of policy experts view as needless friction for the global financial markets and financial stability, but it never seems to go away.
And if you want to dive more into debt, check out an early episode of Reuters Econ World podcast. Our very own Carmel Crimmins talks to Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman about why he isn't worried about a US debt crisis. There's a link to the show in the description of today. Trails this month and stole documents in what it's calling a major incident. That's according to a letter to lawmakers that Treasury officials provided to Reuters. Kevin Krolicki is our Greater China Bureau Chief. So Kevin, what's been China's response to this so far?
It says the allegations are groundless and they lack evidence. It says it opposes cyber intrusions, hacks of this kind. And as it said today, it's even more opposed to spreading what it calls false information against China for political purposes.
And the Biden presidency is ending. What will these allegations mean for relations with a new Trump presidency?
I think the last year, U.S. officials would characterize as a steadier period with cooperation in some areas, including U.S. officials say in efforts to try to engage China on stopping the flow of fentanyl precursors. It's hard to know how the hacking allegations fit into that bigger picture. The Treasury incident that was disclosed to U.S. lawmakers on Monday is just the latest in a run of these. We had the hack of U.S. telecommunications networks, reports that Chinese state-backed hackers had targeted senior U.S. officials and Trump and Vance's phone lines as well. And that as part of that, they had got into the system that is used by the Justice Department for wiretaps. So they would have got intel on ongoing U.S. criminal investigations, including maybe counter-espionage investigations. We don't really know in the Treasury Department case, I think, yet what documents they were able to acquire, but the U.S. has defined this as what they call an advanced persistent threat. Clearly, the intent was to hang around in the network, try to grab sensitive or classified material rather than trying to crash the system. It's also significant that they targeted Treasury, which of course is in charge of implementing sanctions, including sanctions on China and China-related entities. China, in the earlier case, also had a vehement denial, very much like the one it issued today.
Supporters of South Korea's impeached and suspended president, Yoon Suk-yeol, in Seoul, hours after a court approved his arrest warrant. It's the first time a sitting South Korean president has faced arrest. Yoon is accused of leading an insurrection after his failed attempt to impose martial law earlier this month.
Actors Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt have reached a divorce settlement, her lawyer says. bringing an end to one of Hollywood's most contentious and closely followed celebrity splits. Jolie originally filed for divorce 8 years ago. No details of a settlement were immediately revealed. Pitt's representatives did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Donald Trump has lost his appeal against a $5 million verdict that E. Jean Carroll won against the president-elect, when he was found liable for sexually abusing and later defaming the former magazine columnist. A federal appeals court rejected Trump's argument that the trial judge should not have let jurors hear evidence about the Republican's alleged past sexual misconduct.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says the country is set to hit its official growth target for this year. China's gross domestic product is expected to have expanded by around 5% in 2024. That's according to New Year's Eve remarks by Xi. And he signalled that support for the economy will continue into next year. It caps a year of uncertainty for the world's second largest economy and for its millions of university graduates. That's a topic we dug into in my podcast, Econ World. You can find a link to that episode with the title Rotten Tail Kids in the description to today's show. And I'll be back with a new episode of Econ World next week, all about the world's favourite shiny metal, gold. Over the holidays, a fight over immigrant visas broke out among supporters of Donald Trump. And Elon Musk has waded in too, defending the use of the H-1B visa program, which has brought skilled foreign workers into the US. White House correspondent Nandita Bose is in West Palm Beach, covering the president-elect. So Nandita, first, who is this visa program for?
So H-1B visas are for foreign tech workers. It's a skilled worker visa that has been in the eye of the storm since the last time Trump was elected. And the tech industry relies very heavily on this visa to hire foreign workers to run their companies. And this is what, a lot of company CEOs will talk about, is that there isn't a lot of homegrown talent to fill those roles.
And that's kind of the central tension in this debate, right? It's pitting Trump's traditional base against his allies in Silicon Valley.
So this is clearly an issue that is dividing his base, and Trump gave an interview to the New York Post saying that he's in favor of these visas. And that is a bit shocking because of, his position in the past on this. Musk was very clear that any debate on immigration shouldn't touch the H-1B category because of how much the tech industry relies on it. Then there is Trump's base, which includes a lot of immigration hardliners like Laura Loomer, of course, Steve Bannon. Their fundamental argument is bringing in foreign workers undercuts wages for Americans and, takes away opportunities for them. And Trump ran on that platform and he needs to deliver on that. Of course, that is now pitting them against an industry that has helped Trump win this time. And these CEOs have a seat at the table this time. And they're like, we're not going to let the Bannons of the world get their way when it comes to skilled workers and engineers. They can have their way when it comes to illegal immigration and people coming in through the southern border. But outside of that, we need to be careful about, how we're doing this.
Syria's new foreign minister told his Ukrainian counterpart on Monday that his country hopes for strategic partnerships with Ukraine. Amid waning Russian influence, Kiev is moving to build ties with the new Islamist rulers in Damascus, as are many other countries, including the US. Don Durfee is our US foreign policy editor. Don, what's been the reaction to the new Syrian rulers so far?
U.S. officials say so far that they're encouraged, but cautious, right? They have the example of the Taliban, which had come in with a sort of a more moderate rhetoric before it overtook Afghanistan, only to sort of go back to its very fundamentalist roots. So if you look at Russian influence, for example, there is no love lost between the new leaders and the Russians, right? The Russians, of course, supported Assad, killed a lot of rebels as well as civilians during this long civil war. But al-Shara came out to say recently that Russia and Syria have some mutual strategic interests. So they're not closing the door to the Russians, but not making any promises just yet. We had the Ukrainian foreign minister in the country recently trying to sort of build up closer relations and promising food aid to Syria. So there are a lot of different powers here sort of jostling for influence.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Not yet, folks, but good to know you're ready. This was Monday's test of the New Year's Eve crystal ball drop above Times Square. And just to be sure, they've also tested the confetti throw.
Are we ready down there? Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
It means everything is now in place for when 3,000 pounds of confetti are dropped, by hand, from nearby buildings at midnight. Our recommended content today is to follow Reuters' live page as we share New Year celebrations as they happen around the world. You'll see pictures and video from Australia, Asia, Europe, and finally the US as we welcome in 2025. There's a link to the live page in today's pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player. There's no episode on New Year's Day, so we'll be back on Thursday with our daily headline show. Happy New Year from all of us at Reuters World News.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with a pair of incidents that have put national security back in the spotlight at the start of the year. First, New Orleans, where a man drove a rented pickup truck into a crowd of New Year's revelers in the French Quarter. At least 15 people were killed, dozens more wounded. This man says he witnessed the rampage.
Truck hits the corner and comes barreling through people, throwing people like a movie scene, like real life, throwing people into the air. They falling under the car.
And the driver was killed in a shootout with police. He has been identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old Army veteran from Texas. Alethea Duncan is the assistant special agent in charge at the FBI's New Orleans field office.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates.
FBI Special Agent Alethea Duncan says authorities found an Islamic State flag in the pickup truck along with 2 improvised explosive devices. She says more potential IEDs were also found in the French Quarter. This attack happened hours before the Sugar Bowl was set to kick off at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. That game has been postponed to today.
Well, Nathan, hours after the New Orleans attack, an incident in Las Vegas piled on to the security concerns. A Tesla Cybertruck pulled up to the Trump Las Vegas hotel and exploded, killing the driver and injuring 7 others. Kevin McMahill is the Las Vegas sheriff.
It pulled right up to the glass entrance doors of the hotel. We saw that smoke start showing from the vehicle, and then a large explosion from the truck occurs.
Sheriff McMahill says fuel canisters and fireworks mortars were found inside the Cybertruck. Tesla CEO Elon Musk said the company has confirmed the blast was not caused by the vehicle itself, and he's suggesting it could be linked to the New Orleans attack. President Biden says law enforcement is probing both incidents, and he sent a message to the people of New Orleans.
To all the families of those who are killed, to all those who are injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know, I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you.
President Biden addressed the nation last night from Camp David.
And Karen, both incidents come less than 3 weeks before Donald Trump is sworn in as president. We get more on the president-elect's reaction from Bloomberg Television managing editor Miles Miller.
President-elect Donald Trump, who takes office on January 20th, called these attacks an urgent reminder of the need for robust national security. Of course, the FBI is probing both of these crime scenes, and Donald Trump has pledged to replace the FBI director. He's already nominated someone to be Homeland Security chief. But this highlights the need for robust domestic security. When we talk about everything from homegrown terrorism to attacks from ISIS and the like, this threat of homegrown terrorism is not new.
Bloomberg's Miles Miller says Trump also used the incident to assail crime and border security, suggesting before the suspect was identified as an American Army vet that he may have been a migrant.
Well, Nathan, we want to turn to the markets now. It wasn't a good beginning for stocks in Asia. In fact, Chinese stocks had their worst start to a year in nearly a decade. We get more from Bloomberg Markets reporter Mark Cranfield in Singapore.
A little surprising in some respects when all the effort the Chinese authorities were making towards the end of last year to remind investors about all the stimulus they're doing and all the positive aspects in terms of trying to promote growth in 2025. And yet here we are with little sign that they're doing anything today. And even a speech from President Xi Jinping at the end of last year doesn't seem to have rallied the market at all.
And Bloomberg's Mark Cranfield says stocks in China plunged 2.9% and Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index slid 2.2%.
As for U.S. markets, Karen, futures are higher as we kick off the new year, following gains of 24% for the S&P 500 in 2024. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's John Tucker. Well, it was 24% for the year, John, but we did end the year on something of a sour note.
Yes, Nathan. 4-day slump marked the end of 2024, but also keep in mind the period known for so-called Santa Claus rallies also includes the first 2 trading days of the year, so not over just yet. Now, last year did mark the best 2-year run for the S&P 500 since the late 1990s. The so-called Magnificent 7 megacaps powered a surge of more than 50% in the benchmark index since the start of 2023, amid enthusiasm around artificial intelligence. AI darling NVIDIA, for example, that was up for the year 179%. So what's ahead? Looking forward, there's at least one key for portfolio manager Matt Stuckey at Northwestern Mutual.
The path of interest rates and the level of interest rates has really dictated winners and losers in the economy as well as in the markets.
Well, to be sure, the Federal Reserve's policy path, President-elect Donald Trump's agenda, and China's growth outlook are all on investors' radar. And investors are waiting to see if the AI story is going to broaden out to the rest of the market. That would mean that earnings growth would be supported not just by the Mag 7, but also other sectors in the S&P 500. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. New Year's Day was supposed to produce 3 college football playoff quarterfinal games, one of them postponed. That was Notre Dame and Georgia in New Orleans due to the tragedy there. They will instead play today at 4 Eastern. The Rose Bowl was a blowout. Ohio State scored a minute in, led 34-0, went on to wallop top-seeded Oregon 41-21. Double overtime at the Peach Bowl. Texas blew a big lead and then beat Arizona State 39-31 in double overtime. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world.
Trump is looming large over these forecasts. What exactly is Wall Street saying about his impact on financial markets?
Yes, good morning, Lizzie. I think Wall Street is nervous, put it that way, both because he's obviously been making a lot of loud noises about potential tariffs, for instance. We know that
we're looking at demographic collapse in China, Korea, Japan, Germany, Italy, all within the next 10 years.
What do you mean demographic collapse?
These countries have had birth rates for so low for so long that in all cases they have more people above age 50 than below age 50. And if you fast forward 10 years, they're going to almost have more people above age 60 than below age 60, and we don't have an economic model that works for that. So,
well, Elon would say just have more kids.
Yeah, it's great. If you start now, you'll get 30-year-olds in 31 years.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of time. And if we're going to rule out immigration, and that scale of immigration for these countries is not possible anymore, they need a new economic model. And if you think back on your history, the last couple times that the Germans tried a new economic model, we had some arguments. Doing that for countries the size of China, I mean, we're looking at not just an economic breakdown and a national collapse, we're looking at the end of a civilizational model here. There's no one alive who's lived through that, and the closest thing we have in a historical comparison is like the German civil wars of the 1840s. Those were pretty rough. What happens to a country when they lose their entire tax base, their entire investment base, and their entire workforce?
What does happen?
Great question. We don't know. It's never happened. We're going to see it in a lot of places very soon.
Are you seeing countries put any measures in to reverse this? Because this sounds dreadful.
It's the only country that has kind of prepped some ground for this is Japan. They realized this was happening back in the 80s. They found ways to boost the birth rate a little bit. They found ways to extend the working age a little bit, and they're no longer in the worst position. They're still the oldest country demographically. They're still on this path, but there are now a dozen countries ranging from China to Spain to Poland that are aging much faster. So the first countries to go down are going to be Italy and Korea. I have more faith in the Koreans adapting out of this than I do the Italians.
So go down, you mean economic collapse?
Yeah, according to the rules we understand. The biggest countries to go down on a only slightly longer time frame are China and Germany.
Powered by Atlassian. Start for free. Plan work and track.
It is the final day of 2024. There are lots of changes ahead when the clock strikes midnight for your wallet. Here's just a few that could impact.
Powered by Atlassian. Start for free. Plan work and track.
What is the biggest risk in the United States that you think people are not focusing enough on?
We're looking at demographic collapse in China, Korea, Japan, Germany, Italy, all within the next 10 years.
What do you mean demographic collapse?
These countries have had birth rates for so low for so long that in all cases they have more people above age 50 than below age 50. And if you fast forward 10 years, they're going to almost have more people above age 60 than below age 60, and we don't have an economic model that works for that. So,
well, Elon would say just have more kids.
Yeah, it's great. If you start now, you'll get 30-year-olds in 31 years.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of time. And if we're going to rule out immigration, and that scale of immigration for these countries is not possible anymore, they need a new economic model. And if you think back on your history, the last couple times that the Germans tried a new economic model, we had some arguments. Doing that for countries the size of China, I mean, we're looking at not just an economic breakdown and a national collapse, we're looking at the end of a civilizational model here. There's no one alive who's lived through that, and the closest thing we have in a historical comparison is like the German civil wars of the 1840s. Those were pretty rough. What happens to a country when they lose their entire tax base, their entire investment base, and their entire workforce?
What does happen?
Great question. We don't know. It's never happened. We're going to see it in a lot of places very soon.
Are you seeing countries put any measures in to reverse this? Because this sounds dreadful.
It's the only country that has kind of prepped some ground for this is Japan. They realized this was happening back in the 80s. They found ways to boost the birth rate a little bit. They found ways to extend the working age a little bit, and they're no longer in the worst position. They're still the oldest country demographically. They're still on this path, but there are now a dozen countries ranging from China to Spain to Poland that are aging much faster. So the first countries to go down are going to be Italy and Korea. I have more faith in the Koreans adapting out of this than I do the Italians.
So go down, you mean economic collapse?
Yeah, according to the rules we understand. The biggest countries to go down on a only slightly longer time frame are China and Germany.
Powered by Atlassian. Start for free. Plan work and track real-time.
It is the final day of 2024. There are lots of changes ahead when the clock strikes midnight for your wallet. Here's just a few that could impact your finances in 2025. First, the minimum wage is set to increase in 21 states and 48 cities and counties across the country. 8 of those states and 47 cities or counties are set to raise minimum wage to $15 an hour or higher later in the year. Florida and Oregon will also raise their minimum wages later in the year as well. Next up, student loan borrowers will now have to resume payments or see their credit scores take a hit. TransUnion estimates delinquent borrowers could see their credit score lowered by as much as 129 points. So don't forget to turn that auto payment function back on for your student loans if you can before that New Year's clock strikes at midnight. And some good news for seniors. Medicare out-of-pocket drug costs will be capped at $2,000 a year. That rule applies to all prescriptions issued under Medicare Part D. Additionally, those seniors will get a bump in Social Security benefits due to the government's 2.5% cost of living adjustment. And finally, the maximum amount of income subject to Social Security tax will increase from $168,000 a year to $176,000 a year. So a bit of relief in terms of taxes paid for those individuals receiving Social Security.
Powered by Atlassian. Start for free. Plan work and track.
It's time now for the chart of the day. I want to take a look at the greenback. The dollar posting the best year, on track for its best year since 2015. Here you can see those gains of nearly 7.8% on the year, coming off of a year to the downside in 2022. Primarily driven by just the run up that the greenback had and the reversal that we've seen off of that. Now, what's really interesting here, Bank of America had a note on the outperformance of the dollar, and they do expect those gains to continue in the first half of 2025, but they expect a reassessment in the second half of 2025, and that is based on the digestion of the path forward for the Federal Reserve. Typically, we see yields moving to the upside and the dollar moving to the upside off the back of any hawkish commentary and hawkish movement from the Federal Reserve. So that's another reason for retail investors, even if you're not invested in the dollar necessarily, it's a good measure of what the market is anticipating for the Fed moving forward. Now, what could drive the dollar in 2025? A couple of risks Bank of America points out here. Central bank hedging globally. We could see demand picking up for all assets, the likes of Bitcoin in particular, could be a competition point for the dollar. We're also seeing global declines in dollar purchasing already. So if we do continue to see that, that could be another challenge for the dollar moving forward. But higher yields, that could also lead to a higher dollar. Inflationary policies could lead to more movement to the upside for the greenback, and that could potentially put pressure on equities, though, according to Adam Turnquist, who we just had on, the idea that yields are going to add some big pressure point to equities, not necessarily true in his view. So maybe we could continue to see both the dollar, yields going up, and stocks, all of it going up together as we do head into 2025.
So I want to do some big calls, and I was looking for overlap between your two coverage areas. Nike, does it have a rebound in 2025? Simeon, I'll start with you.
It does.
How so?
I
New
could
CEO?
go.
Was he unlock something
throw agents
magical?
way first, but I think the idea here that we have to keep in mind is none of us know Elliott Hill. Like, that's this amazing part.
New CEO of Nike.
Sorry, no,
Yep.
yeah, and that's I think the point. No one on Wall Street or Main Street knows who Elliott Hill is, but everyone on campus does, and everyone on campus loves him. And so there's something there that we don't yet know that once the world comes to learn will be very important. That was true of Mark Parker. If you think about the different iterations of CEO, the Nike that we know was created by someone that most people on Main Street do not know. He's not a celebrity CEO. This is a business that relies on, again, sell $50 billion. You have to be very attuned to letting all of your employees listen to all of your customers. That's not a one-person job, that's a team job. I think Nike is Nike. I think right now they need to do their reset, which they are going through. It's not going to be a very quick, seamless fix, but this is a business that has the largest marketing budget in the world, right? When Nike wants to win, when they're ready to win, when they have the product to win, the storytelling will follow, and so will the numbers.
Adrian, do you agree with your former protege?
So I will basically.
Do you lose status as protege? Is that former?
No. Well, you guys don't work in the same company anymore.
So I agree that Nike is, we've seen the worst, right? The bottom is in. What I'll say is, he came in, it takes time, right? We're watching Starbucks, we're watching Disney. These turnarounds of big Titanic ships takes
That's
time.
what they are. These are giant companies.
I mean, it's like you have to steer the ship and it takes a while. You hope you don't hit the iceberg, right? That's the goal. But so I totally agree that he's the right guy, and he's a Nike internal through and through. But I'll say I think there's a stock-wise, there are better assets to play, and you can play that through Foot Locker, which we like, or DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, which we like, which are derivative plays on Nike without having to be in the Nike. Right
and now. Gap. I've gotten to know Richard Dixon. I remember him, new CEO of Gap. I remember him originally met him when he was at Mattel. So I've been surprised, or maybe not so surprised, how fast he's coming here and I guess just re-architected the playbook, got a lot of fundamentals correct. Are you bullish on Gap next year? Can this turnaround, is it a turnaround? Can this continue?
It is a turnaround. They just put up a, 8-9% operating margin quarter. Year to date, they're well over on their way to that kind of 10% number. That's a very anemic margin number, right? Especially for Gap with those, 4 critical brands. I think I used to work there very, very, very early on, even before I knew you. And he's the first brand, product, marketing CEO since Mickey Drexler. We just went through kind of the litany of operators.
We just had Mickey on opening bid. I mean, guy's great. What an OG. Yeah. That guy's awesome.
Right? Yeah. So, that's the last time you had a merchant brand-led organization. We are very bullish on Gap for next year and for a couple years hence.
We are on Commodity Watch, and some of the biggest moves this year weren't in oil or gold, but instead in cocoa and coffee. Cocoa prices more than doubling this year. It's the top performing commodity of the year, and supply concerns and thin trading are kind of driving that action. For coffee, on the other hand, it's up more than 70%, and that means that for you, probably likely higher prices at the grocery store. So joining us now is Phil Strebel. He is a Blue Line Futures Chief Market Strategist. Please talk to us about some of the recent market action that we see in the softs here.
Yeah, if you look at the soft commodities, these have been explosive. These have way outperformed some of your basic commodities out there, even your stock indices. When you start to play some roles like weather and consumer demand and export restrictions, as well as competition to secure supplies, they all become these drivers of these various commodity markets. And then, of course, again, not only the weather, but the infrastructure here. Many of these commodities are grown overseas, and they lack the resources here to really hone in and drive excess supply out there. They've got a lot of products out there that are just more healthy made. They don't have genetic modified seeds and things like that. So these commodities are very susceptible to any kind of adverse weather scenarios. And that's where you get these products like cocoa and coffee really moving higher, especially with drought and flooding concerns.
Yeah, we've seen incredible spikes here, Phil. Something we've been talking about today has been the weakness that we've been seeing in other types of commodities, in part because of the inverse trade with the U.S. dollar. When you're looking at the softs here and these sort of supply shocks, how do you factor in the dollar to all of that? Would the moves be even bigger, for example?
I mean, the dollar has been a benefit for us because of the fact that we're a net importer of these. It would be really problematic if our dollar was extremely weak against some of these foreign currencies. So it's really helped out from that stance. And many of these commodities where they're grown at, we don't really have these like a tariff war going on whatsoever. Other than Mexico, there's a little bit of concern about it. Mexico is the largest agricultural trading partner with the U.S., but other commodities out there like sugar and cocoa and coffee, we just have less risk there. It would be more retaliatory in nature. But a lot of these commodities, again, when you get to like things like cocoa, you know, it's the top performing commodity, but the problem is that you have a poor harvest in the Ivory Coast and Ghana, where most of the commodities grown, the weather and the infrastructure related issues. They've had diseases in these crops that have caused rotting of the seeds because of the poor weather conditions. And then the stockpiles, they're just driven down because of the resilient customer. You look at the economy this year, it's been quite well. The consumer has been quite strong. And then the makers of these products, they really struggle to compete to secure supplies out there. Remember, the U.S. is the largest consumer of chocolate and coffee. It's just about everyone's favorite, thing to drink.
Yeah, and so that brings me to when I'm going to feel it, Phil. Where am I already? How quickly do these types of price spikes tend to make their way to consumers?
Wholesale prices have gone up 30% in the last 2 months, specifically on the coffee market. I mean, everybody, they kind of look at where eggs and beef and things like that, because those are staples. You start getting into coffee and cocoa, orange juice, they become a little bit more exotic of a product, but it becomes just second nature, where, you know, maybe you're buying these basic commodities that you need in your household and you're putting a few things back. So people are feeling it, but maybe perhaps the fact that like other areas such as energy prices have come down quite a bit, maybe they're getting relief in certain areas. I know Jerome Powell said that some of the inflation areas have gone up in certain areas and they tend to OODA loop amongst one another, but they are remaining at these elevated levels right now. So I think that really the inflation, it's going to be here to stay. Now, it's a question of how does Trump's policies impact a lot of these different commodities, and do they start to cycle upwards is a whole nother thing.
Let me ask you about the metals here. We got under a minute. What about gold? Still up 28%, not as high as some of the softs we've been talking about, but the precious metals and just how that relates to inflation and Trump here.
Well, it really came down when you saw that only 2 interest rate cuts are expected in 2025 and 2026. If we do see inflation start to come down, or the consumer, more importantly, starts to break down, and we see the labor numbers, like initial claims, start to stick up while you have that high inflation, you create stagflation, and that's where you get that level of gold futures starting to head higher. Also, central bank demand, if that continues to pick up, we saw China restart those, that's where you get gold futures going up as well.
Phil, good to see you. Happy New Year. Thanks for your time today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
What is the biggest risk in the United States that you think people are not focusing enough on?
We're looking at demographic collapse in China, Korea, Japan, Germany, Italy, all within the next 10 years.
What do you mean demographic collapse?
These countries have had birth rates for so low for so long that in all cases they have more people above age 50 than below age 50. And if you fast forward 10 years, they're going to almost have more people above age 60 than below age 60, and we don't have an economic model that works for that. So,
well, Elon would say just have more kids.
Yeah, it's great. If you start now, you'll get 30-year-olds in 31 years.
Yeah.
We don't have that kind of time. And if we're going to rule out immigration, and that scale of immigration for these countries is not possible anymore, they need a new economic model. And if you think back on your history, the last couple times that the Germans tried a new economic model, we had some arguments. Doing that for countries the size of China, I mean, we're looking at not just an economic breakdown and a national collapse, we're looking at the end of a civilizational model here. There's no one alive who's lived through that, and the closest thing we have in a historical comparison is like the German civil wars of the 1840s. Those were pretty rough. What happens to a country when they lose their entire tax base, their entire investment base, and their entire workforce?
What does happen?
Great question. We don't know. It's never happened. We're going to see it in a lot of places very soon.
Are you seeing countries put any measures in to reverse this? Because this sounds dreadful.
It's the only country that has kind of prepped some ground for this is Japan. They realized this was happening back in the 80s. They found ways to boost the birth rate a little bit. They found ways to extend the working age a little bit. And they're no longer in the worst position. They're still the oldest country demographically. They're still on this path. But there are now a dozen countries ranging from China to Spain to Poland that are aging much faster. So the first countries to go down are going to be Italy and Korea. I have more faith in the Koreans adapting out of this than I do the Italians.
So go down, you mean economic collapse?
Yeah, according to the rules we understand. The biggest countries to go down on a only slightly longer time frame are China and Germany.
It is the final day of 2024. There are lots of changes ahead when the clock strikes midnight for your wallet. Here's just a few that could impact your finances in 2025. First, the minimum wage is set to increase in 21 states and 48 cities and counties across the country. 8 of those states and 47 cities or counties are set to raise minimum wage to $15 an hour or higher later in the year. Florida and Oregon will also raise their minimum wages later in the year as well. Next up, student loan borrowers will now have to resume payments or see their credit scores take a hit. TransUnion estimates delinquent borrowers could see their credit score lowered by as much as 129 points. So don't forget to turn that auto payment function back on for your student loans if you can before that New Year's clock strikes at midnight. And some good news for seniors. Medicare out-of-pocket drug costs will be capped at $2,000 a year. That rule applies to all prescriptions issued under Medicare Part D. Additionally, those seniors will get a bump in Social Security benefits due to the government's 2.5% cost of living adjustment. And finally, the maximum amount of income subject to Social Security tax will increase from $168,000 a year to $176,000 a year. So a bit of relief in terms of taxes paid for those individuals receiving Social Security. It's time now for the chart of the day. I want to take a look at the greenback. The dollar posting the best year, on track for its best year since 2015. Here you can see those gains of nearly 7.8% on the year, coming off of a year to the downside in 2022. Primarily driven by just the run up that the greenback had and the reversal that we've seen off of that. Now, what's really interesting here, Bank of America had a note on the outperformance of the dollar, and they do expect those gains to continue in the first half of 2025, but they expect a reassessment in the second half of 2025, and that is based on the digestion of the path forward for the Federal Reserve. Typically, we see yields moving to the upside and the dollar moving to the upside off the back of any hawkish commentary and hawkish movement from the Federal Reserve. So that's another reason for retail investors, even if you're not invested in the dollar necessarily, it's a good measure of what the market is anticipating for the Fed moving forward. Now, what could drive the dollar in 2025? A couple of risks Bank of America points out here. Central bank hedging globally. We could see demand picking up for all assets, the likes of Bitcoin in particular, could be a competition point for the dollar. We're also seeing global declines in dollar purchasing already. So if we do continue to see that, that could be another challenge for the dollar moving forward. But higher yields, that could also lead to a higher dollar. Inflationary policies could lead to more movement to the upside for the greenback, and that could potentially put pressure on equities, though, according to Adam Turnquist, who we just had on, the idea that yields are going to add some big pressure point to equities, not necessarily true in his view. So maybe we could continue to see both the dollar, yields going up, and stocks, all of it going up together as we do head into 2025.
So I want to do some big calls. And I was looking for overlap between your two coverage areas. Nike, does it have a rebound in 2025? Simeon, I'll start with you.
It does.
How so?
I
New CEO?
We
unlock something
throw agents
magical?
away first, but I think the idea here that we have to keep in mind is none of us know Elliott Hill. Like, that's this amazing part.
New CEO of Nike.
Sorry, no,
Yep.
yeah, and that's I think the point. No one on Wall Street or Main Street knows who Elliott Hill is, but everyone on campus does, and everyone on campus loves him. And so there's something there that we don't yet know that once the world comes to learn will be very important. That was true of Mark Parker. If you think about the different iterations of CEO, the Nike that we know was created by someone that most people on Main Street do not know. He's not a celebrity CEO. This is a business that relies on, again, sell $50 billion. You have to be very attuned to letting all of your employees listen to all of your customers. That's not a one-person job. That's a team job. I think Nike is Nike. I think right now they need to do their reset, which they are going through. It's not going to be a very quick, seamless fix, but this is a business that has the largest marketing budget in the world, right? When Nike wants to win, when they're ready to win, when they have the product to win, the storytelling will follow, and so will the numbers.
Adrian, do you agree with your former protege?
So I will basically.
Do you lose status as protege? Is that former?
No. Well, you guys don't work in the same company anymore.
So I agree that Nike is, we've seen the worst, right? The bottom is in. What I'll say is, he came in, it takes time, right? We're watching Starbucks, we're watching Disney. These turnarounds of big Titanic ships takes
That's
time.
what they are. These are giant companies.
I mean, it's like you have to steer the ship and it takes a while. You hope you don't hit the iceberg, right?
Yes.
That's the goal. But so I totally agree that he's the right guy, and he's a Nike internal through and through. But I'll say I think there's a stock-wise, there are better assets to play, and you can play that through Foot Locker, which we like, or DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, which we like, which are derivative plays on Nike without having to be in the Nike. Right
and now. Gap. I've gotten to know Richard Dixon. I remember him, new CEO of Gap. I remember him when he was, originally met him when he was at Mattel. So I've been surprised, or maybe not so surprised, how fast he's coming here and I guess just re-architected the playbook, got a lot of fundamentals correct. Are you bullish on Gap next year? Can this turnaround, is it a turnaround? Can this continue?
It is a turnaround. They just put up a, 8-9% operating margin quarter. Year to date, they're well over on their way to that kind of 10% number. That's a very anemic margin number, right? Especially for Gap with those, 4 critical brands. I think I used to work there very, very, very early on, even before I knew you. And he's the first brand, product, marketing CEO since Mickey Drexler. We just went through kind of the litany of operators.
We just had Mickey on opening bid. I mean, guy's great. What an OG. Yeah. That guy's awesome.
Right? Yeah. So, that's the last time you had a merchant brand-led organization. We are very bullish on Gap for next year and for a couple years hence.
We are on Commodity Watch, and some of the biggest moves this year weren't in oil or gold, but instead in cocoa and coffee. Cocoa prices more than doubling this year. It's the top performing commodity of the year, and supply concerns and thin trading are kind of driving that action. For coffee, on the other hand, it's up more than 70%, and that means that for you, likely higher prices at the grocery store. So joining us now is Phil Strebel. He is a Blue Line Futures Chief Market Strategist. Please talk to us about some of the recent market action that we see in the softs here.
Yeah, if you look at the soft commodities, I mean, these have been explosive. These have way outperformed some of your basic commodities out there, even your stock indices. When you start to play some roles like weather and consumer demand and export restrictions, as well as competition to secure supplies, they all become these drivers of these various commodity markets. And then, of course, again, not only the weather, but the infrastructure here. Many of these commodities are grown overseas, and they lack the resources here to really hone in and drive excess supply out there. They've got a lot of products out there that are just more healthy made. They don't have genetic modified seeds and things like that. So these commodities are very susceptible to any kind of adverse weather scenarios. And that's where you get these products like cocoa and coffee really moving higher, especially with drought and flooding concerns.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen incredible spikes here, Phil. Something we've been talking about today has been the weakness that we've been seeing in other types of commodities, in part because of the inverse trade with the U.S. dollar. When you're looking at the softs here and these sort of supply shocks, how do you factor in the dollar to all of that? Would the moves be even bigger, for example?
I mean, the dollar has been a benefit for us because of the fact that we're a net importer of these. It would be really problematic if our dollar was extremely weak against some of these foreign currencies. So it's really helped out from that stance. And many of these commodities where they're grown at, we don't really have these like a tariff war going on whatsoever. Other than Mexico, there's a little bit of concern about it. Mexico is the largest agricultural trading partner with the U.S., but other commodities out there like sugar and cocoa and coffee, we just have less risk there. It would be more retaliatory in nature. But a lot of these commodities, again, when you get to like things like cocoa, you know, it's the top performing commodity, but the problem is that you have a poor harvest in the Ivory Coast and Ghana, where most of the commodities grown, the weather and the infrastructure related issues. They've had diseases in these crops that have caused rotting of the seeds because of the poor weather conditions. And then the stockpiles, they're just driven down because of the resilient customer. You look at the economy this year, it's been quite well. The consumer has been quite strong. And then the makers of these products, they really struggle to compete to secure supplies out there. Remember, the U.S. is the largest consumer of chocolate and coffee. It's just about everyone's favorite, thing to drink.
Yeah, and so that brings me to when I'm going to feel it, Phil. Where am I already? How quickly do these types of price spikes tend to make their way to consumers?
Wholesale prices have gone up 30% in the last 2 months, specifically on the coffee market. I mean, everybody, they kind of look at where eggs and beef and things like that, because those are staples. You start getting into coffee and cocoa, orange juice, they become a little bit more exotic of a product, but it becomes just second nature where, you know, maybe you're buying these basic commodities that you need in your household and you're putting a few things back. So people are feeling it, but maybe perhaps the fact that like other areas such as energy prices have come down quite a bit, maybe they're getting relief in certain areas. I know Jerome Powell said that some of the inflation areas have gone up in certain areas and they tend to OODA loop amongst one another, but they are remaining at these elevated levels right now. So I think that really the inflation, it's going to be here to stay. Now, it's a question of how does Trump's policies impact a lot of these different commodities, and do they start to cycle upwards is a whole nother thing.
Let me ask you about the metals here. We got under a minute. What
वॉइस वॉइस आ रही होगी। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होने वाला है, अपना एसएल थोड़ा सा ट्रेल कर लेना। देखो क्रूड ऑयल है तो रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के आसपास ही, थोड़ा और ऊपर आ जाता तो बेटर रहता। सेलिंग प्लान रखना, यूएस मार्केट में डायरेक्टली सेलिंग आ जाए तो बेटर ही है। अब 7 PM का डेटा भी आपका पॉजिटिव था डॉलर के लिए, नेगेटिव था गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। नेचुरल गैस ने थोड़ा सा वॉलेटिलिटी दिखाई है, एक न्यूज़ है एक्चुअली, उसकी वजह से थोड़ा वॉलेटाइल, बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटाइल हो रखा है नेचुरल गैस, विच इज़ अबाउट रसिया यूक्रेन वॉर। आप लोगों को पता होगा, परसों की न्यूज़ है, बट अभी थोड़ा उसमें कुछ डेवलपमेंट थी शायद, जहाँ पर ये बताया गया था कि यूक्रेन ने रसिया की ओर से जो यूरोप को नेचुरल गैस सप्लाई होती है वो कट कर दिया कम्प्लीटली। तो उसके वजह से कल बहुत बड़ा मूव आया था, फिर प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आई, अभी जो है सडन मोमेंटम आया था। नहीं तो ये एक्सपेक्ट था यहाँ पर जो रेजिस्टेंस था यहाँ से नीचे आएगा फिर जाएगा, बट आया नहीं एग्जैक्टली। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक करने की कोशिश करी, रीटेस्ट भी किया, बट बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटाइल हो गया था और फिर ये सडनली नीचे आके लिक्विडिटी लेके चला गया। एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे यहाँ तक जाए और फिर यहाँ से वापस सेलिंग आए इसमें, या फिर वापस एक चक्कर नीचे आ जाए 310 के अराउंड। ठीक है, मोमेंटम यही आना था प्राइस में कि यहाँ से रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग, फिर यहाँ से सपोर्ट और फिर ऊपर। ये जो पूरा यहाँ पर हुआ है ना, ये थोड़ा सा ट्रैप करने की कोशिश करी इन लोगों ने। हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना नेचुरल गैस में, अब यूएस मार्केट के बाद देखते हैं क्या होता है। एक भी करते रहो, थोड़ा देखते हैं अभी यूएस मार्केट के बाद। ठीक है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर को भी देखते हैं यूएस मार्केट के बाद। एक बार मुझे थोड़ा सा 5 मिनट का टाइम दो, जस्ट 5 मिनट। ठीक है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखते हैं। कैंडल का ध्यान रखना, क्रूड ऑयल में ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने। मैं कंटिन्यूसली बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ एक्चुअली, थोड़ा सा बिकॉज मेरी हार्ट रेट बहुत फास्ट हो जा रही है। डॉक्टर ने थोड़ा सा कहा है कि आप कंटिन्यूसली बोलना मत, सो इसलिए जितना टाइम मिल रहा है बीच बीच में मैं मेजर लेवल मैं हूँ स्क्रीन पर ही, डोंट वरी, मैं बताते जा रहा हूँ। तो क्रूड में रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के पास में थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, डायरेक्टली सेल ना हो, जितना ऊपर से सेल हो उतना बेटर है। गोल्ड के लेवल बना के दे देते हैं एक बार, गोल्ड और सिल्वर के। गाइस यूएस मार्केट हो गया है ओपन एंड नेचुरल गैस में आई होप हाफ प्रॉफिट तो बुक कर लिया होगा. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, वहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान जरूर है, वहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे जरूर. ठीक है, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया लाइक कर दो. एक बार फिर से रिपीट कर देता हूँ सिनेरियो क्या चल रहा है. नेचुरल गैस रेजिस्टेंस पे था, वहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था, थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई, फिर पता नहीं सडनली वो न्यूज़ की वजह से मार्केट एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे आने से पहले ही ब्रेकआउट कर गया. मार्केट ने रिटेस्ट भी किया वहाँ पर काफ़ी देर, फिर वॉलेटाइल हो गया, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू बना हाई बना के काफ़ी देर, और फिर ये वापस लेवल के नीचे आके लिक्विडिटी ली सपोर्ट एरिया से, और सपोर्ट एरिया से जाके फिर ऊपर गया. तो जो बीच का लेवल है उसको हम कंसिडर नहीं कर रहे हैं बिकॉज वो ऑलरेडी दोनों साइड मूव हो चुका है. ऊपर ही रेजिस्टेंस है, यहाँ से फिर हम कोशिश करेंगे यहाँ से एक वापस सेलिंग मिले हमें इन लेवल से. हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके यहाँ से सेलिंग का प्लान करो, या फिर वापस अगर नीचे आता है इन लेवल्स पे तो यहाँ वापस बाइंग प्लान कर सकते हो. बीच में अभी और यहाँ पर कोई एंट्री है तो है नहीं कि जो हम बीच में एंट्री कर पाए. याद रखना रसिया यूक्रेन वॉर में अगर जो यूक्रेन है उसने जो बोल दिया कि वो सारी जो गैस है यूरोप को वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्लोज कर देंगे, तो उसका एक मेजर इम्पैक्ट नेचुरल गैस के प्राइस पे कभी भी आ सकता है अगर इससे डेवलपमेंट कोई न्यूज आती है. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल देखोगे तो क्रूड ऑयल परसों से बुलिस बना हुआ था, लास्ट लाइव सेशन किया था लास्ट फ्राइडे को, ब्रेकआउट हुआ, रीटेस्ट किया, उसके बाद ऊपर एक एफईजी था, वहां से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई थी परसों, फिर कल इसका भी ब्रेकआउट हो गया, आज ये भी थोड़ा बहुत बुलिस है. ये जो यहाँ पर अभी रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है नीचे, पहले बात कर लेते हैं, सपोर्ट अच्छा है, नीचे आता है यहाँ एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे. ये जो रेजिस्टेंस एरिया यहाँ पर है, ये ऐसा नहीं है कि डायरेक्टली रेजिस्टेंस है कोई, दैट इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया. बहुत पहले एक सपोर्ट था ये, उसका 2-3 बार ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकडाउन हो चुका है ऑलरेडी. ठीक है, 2 या 3 बार, मतलब एक सपोर्ट था उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रेजिस्टेंस बना, फिर ये ऊपर चला गया, यही सपोर्ट की तरह काम करता रहा, फिर ये ब्रेकडाउन हो गया था और फिर वापस आ रहा है, तो ये रेजिस्टेंस की तरह थोड़ा बहुत काम कर सकता है. तो ये लेवल भी बहुत बार ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकडाउन कर चुका है, कोई डायरेक्ट रेजिस्टेंस एमसीएक्स चार्ट में नहीं है, तो इसलिए मैंने ये लगा रखा है, इसलिए थोड़ा बड़ा लेवल भी है, इसलिए मैंने कहा था थोड़ा सा हाई लेवल से सेल करोगे तो छोटा एसएल बनेगा. तो यहाँ पर थोड़ा सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हो, क्वांटिटी थोड़ी संभाल के रखना. कोई मैं जैसा मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बना दे तो ज़्यादा बेटर है, क्योंकि अगर कोई अ, नया रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर बन जाता है इन 15 मिनट इन एमसीएक्स, तो वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा मेजर रहेगा, नहीं तो ये हमें मानना पड़ेगा क्योंकि इसके अलावा और कोई रेजिस्टेंस है ही नहीं. ओके, सो दैट इज़ द ओनली रेजिस्टेंस. यहाँ पर एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हो, आ गया लेवल पे आई थिंक. एस एल 20 पॉइंट का है, कितने पॉइंट का है, 20 पॉइंट का ही है फ्यूचर में, तो क्वांटिटी साइज थोड़ा ध्यान रखना. ओवरऑल व्यू तो बुलिश ही है, खैर इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है, बट रेजिस्टेंस है, थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग या पुल बैक, सो दैट मार्केट वापस पुल बैक लेके चला जाए तो बेटर ही रहेगा. अभी यूएस मार्केट की कैंडल है, थोड़ी वॉलेटाइल हो सकती है, तो ध्यान रखना. बाकी प्राइस नीचे आया तो कोई डायरेक्ट टारगेट नहीं रहेगा, फर्स्ट टारगेट ये जो बीच में एफईजी बना है दैट इज द फर्स्ट टारगेट वी हैव. इसको चाहो तो थोड़ा सा रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं. हाँ, पीएमआई का डेटा भी है, बिल्कुल है. ठीक है, सीधे अक्टूबर का ही, अक्टूबर में भी नहीं है आई थिंक, ये अगस्त के आसपास का ही लेवल है शायद. हाँ वही लेवल है. इसको रिड्यूस करके आप चाहो तो ऊपर भी कर सकते हो, थोड़ा सा बेटर ही रहेगा. क्योंकि इससे बड़ा लेवल ले नहीं सकते अब, इवन दो वो है नीचे से ही पूरा लेवल, 50% लेवल समझ सकते हो इसको. कोई और मेजर रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं, बाकी नीचे आएगा तो ये एफईजी जो बना है दैट इज़ द फर्स्ट टारगेट, और अगर एफईजी के नीचे मार्केट कहीं जाता है तो वो सेकंड टारगेट रहेगा. रिमूव ही कर दो, जरूरत ही नहीं है. पर ध्यान रखना मैंने बता दिया ये जो आपका रेजिस्टेंस बनाया है वो किस बिहाफ पे बनाया है. वहाँ पर कोई डायरेक्ट रेजिस्टेंस मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है, इसलिए मैंने एज सच कोई डायरेक्ट रेजिस्टेंस मार्क नहीं किया हुआ है क्रूड ऑयल में, क्योंकि दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, मेरे सेटअप के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं दिख रहा है बिल्कुल भी. बता दिया लगाया हुआ है रेजिस्टेंस पे. एफ रेंज पे फर्स्ट टारगेट अगर इसके नीचे निकलेगा तो फिर ये 6180 190 सेकेंड टारगेट रहेगा. ये है ना मेन रेजिस्टेंस, ये क्या है अभी. ठीक है, बट मैंने बता चुका हूँ क्रूड ऑयल का रेजिस्टेंस किस तरह से बना है. ये रेजिस्टेंस मल्टीपल टाइम ब्रेकआउट ब्रेकडाउन हो चुका है, इसके अलावा और कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है वहाँ पे. एक बार रेजिस्टेंस था, पहले सपोर्ट बना था, सपोर्ट किया, इसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ, वहाँ पर दो बार साइज ने सपोर्ट लिया, फिर ब्रेकडाउन किया, रीटेस्ट करके नीचे आया, फिर ब्रेकआउट हुआ, ब्रेकआउट होके वापस गया, फिर सपोर्ट बन गया था, फिर ब्रेकडाउन हुआ, रीटेस्ट करके नीचे चला गया था, और अब फिर से आ रहा है उसी रीटेस्ट पे. कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस नहीं क्रिएट हुआ है. ये एक सेकेंड, ये रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं सभी लोग. ठीक है, ये एक एफईजी हुआ करता था, वही है ये. दैट इज द ओनली एफईजी वी हैव. ब्रेकआउट हो जाए तो बेटर ही है. यस, यूएस मार्केट ओपन हो गया, एक डेटा भी आने वाला है अभी 8:15 पे, ध्यान रखना 1 मिनट रह गया है. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई का इतना इंपॉर्टेंट तो नहीं है, थोड़ा बहुत कह सकते हो. 9:30 पे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगी. 9:30 टाइम चेंज है, ध्यान रखना. नॉर्मली 9 पीएम पे आती है, 9:30 पे आ रही है आज. सेल किए हैं 308 से और 2 सेल किए हैं 314 से। निकल जाना चाहिए सर आपको, नहीं तो 326 का लास्ट एसएल है। लाइव में पूछ लिया करो सनी अग्रवाल जी, मैं व्हाट्सएप पे नहीं देखता हूँ क्वेश्चंस। देखो व्हाट्सएप पे इस तरह के क्वेश्चन मत पूछा करो, मैं सिर्फ लाइव में ही क्वेश्चन का आंसर देता हूँ। व्हाट्सएप पे पूछोगे तो वहाँ पे मैं व्हाट्सएप नहीं चेक करता हूँ एक एक का, पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाता है ड्यूरिंग द लाइव। बाकी देखो लास्ट एसएल अगर आप रखना चाहो तो यही है आपका 327। क्योंकि उसके ऊपर निकला तो फिर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस सीधा 340 तक जा सकता है। आ चुका है 815 का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई का डेटा, पॉजिटिव है डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। अब सीधा 930 पर क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है। नेचुरल गैस बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटाइल हो रहा है, कुछ ज़्यादा ही वॉलेटाइल हो रहा है न्यूज़ की वजह से। थोड़ा सा आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है रशिया यूक्रेन में कुछ, स्पेशली वो नेचुरल गैस का सेक्शन है वहाँ पर कुछ डेवलपमेंट हो जाए प्रॉपरली तो ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा। नहीं तो ये किस साइड मूव कर जाए कह नहीं सकते, क्योंकि इससे सबसे ज़्यादा बेनिफिट यूएस को होने वाला है अगर नेचुरल गैस वहाँ से कम्प्लीटली क्लोज आती है फॉर यूरोप। बाकी आप इम्प्लाइड वॉलेटिलिटी देखोगे गोल्ड के लिए, उनके ऑप्शंस में जो फ्यूचर में ट्रेड होते हैं, फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड होते हैं, यूएस में ट्रेड होते हैं कह सकते हैं, वहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा हाई है ऑलरेडी। उस वजह से गोल्ड और सिल्वर भी बहुत ज़्यादा वॉलेटाइल हो चुके हैं, उनके ऑप्शंस की प्रीमियम। स्टिल लाइक हो चुके हैं, लाइक करते रहो सभी लोग। और डेटा तो आ गया उसका ऑलरेडी, डेटा ऑलरेडी आ चुका है। एक बार लेवल देख लेते हैं गोल्ड में क्या लेवल है, फिर सिल्वर को देख लेंगे। अब तो यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन हो गया तो वॉल्यूम प्रॉपर आ जाना चाहिए। गोल्ड रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, 3 बार रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, 4 टाइम आया है। थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रख के सेल करना चाह रहे हो, यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है 15 मिनट। से 2 बार ले चुका है रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ से, 18 दिसंबर को लिया था, उसके बाद आई थिंक 18 दिसंबर को अर्ली मॉर्निंग लिया था, उसके बाद फिर शाम को 4 साढ़े 4 बजे के आसपास एक सेलिंग ली थी। तो इट इज़ ऑन रेजिस्टेंस, 2650 इज अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। एक बार रेजिस्टेंस, एक या दो बार रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, उसको काउंट कर सकते हो आप, और काफ़ी डीप लेके गया है रेजिस्टेंस। तो दिस थर्ड टाइम सेलिंग के लिए आ रहा है। 2653 लास्ट एसएल होना चाहिए, उससे बड़ा एसएल लेना मत। बाकी अगर ये ब्रेकआउट कर गया 2653 के ऊपर तो फिर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे बाइंग ही आएगी। नीचे अगर देखें सपोर्ट कहीं पर मार्केट में, ओके नहीं, टारगेट भी कोई बहुत बड़ा दिख नहीं रहा है। नीचे सपोर्ट है, काफ़ी बड़ा सपोर्ट है, कुछ ज़्यादा ही बड़ा सपोर्ट है। स्मॉल सपोर्ट नहीं है क्या? ठीक है, नीचे आपका 2638 से 2642 तक पूरा सपोर्ट जोन बना हुआ है, तो सेलिंग का टारगेट इतना ही है नीचे। ठीक है, तो उस नीचे सपोर्ट जोन ना काफ़ी बड़ा बना हुआ है, तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, नॉर्मल से कुछ ज़्यादा ही हाई है। बाकी ब्रेकआउट करेगा तो देखेंगे 2653 के ऊपर। दीज आर द लेवल्स, गॉट इट। अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ ऊपर 2653 के ऊपर तो ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट पे एक बाइंग होगी। बाकी इतने नज़दीक सपोर्ट बनाया है, अगर होल्ड कर गया तो फिर ब्रेकआउट जरूर होना चाहिए, थोड़ा देर कंसोलिडेशन हो जाए तो भी, या फिर कोई न्यूज आती है तो। कि इसके ऊपर अगर देखें रेजिस्टेंस कोई और जो अभी तक टेस्ट नहीं हुआ है, अगर कोई ऐसा रेजिस्टेंस मिल जाए और बेटर रहेगा। नहीं, ये तो नहीं है। टू सिक्स फाइव थ्री के ऊपर अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर 2658 एक थोड़ा सा वीक रेजिस्टेंस है। देन मेजर रेजिस्टेंस फिर सीधा 2665 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली देखने के लिए मिलेगा, 2665 के ऊपर। तो क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना, कम रख सकते हो इसमें। ये कोई रेजिस्टेंस किस तरह से बनाया है मैंने बता दिया है। ऑलमोस्ट 2% अप हो चुका है इंट्राडे में। माइक्रो का व्यू देख लेते हैं एक बार. सिल्वर माइक्रो. Resistance ही है सर इसमें 89,150. 89,150 is the resistance. इसका ब्रेकआउट होता है तो थोड़ा और ऊपर जा सकता है till 89,600 to 550. Otherwise this is a resistance area. ले चुका है वैसे तो रेजिस्टेंस 89,100 से. देखते हैं ब्रेकआउट करता है या फिर निकलता है यहाँ से. बाई किया हुआ है नीचे से 88,800 से, तो थोड़ा ट्रेल कर लो. अगर ब्रेकआउट होता है कंसोलिडेशन के बाद तो और ऊपर जा सकता है, नहीं आता है तो ट्रेलिंग एसएल चला जाएगा. ठीक है, तो ऊपर के फिर ये दो टारगेट रखना 89,500 एंड 600. ट्रेलिंग एसएल का यूज़ करो. नेचुरल गैस भी मूव नहीं कर रहा है. क्रूड ऑयल का तो और बुरा हाल है. एक बार देख लेते हैं इन्वेंट्री क्या एक्सपेक्टेड है क्रूड ऑयल की. फिलहाल 930 पे लास्ट टाइम -4.2 थी, इस बार -2.4 एक्सपेक्टेड है. मींस लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में इस बार थोड़ा सा ये लोग ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही ज़्यादा आता है डेटा, इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. बट यहाँ तो प्राइस कंटिन्यूसली ऊपर ही जाया जा रहा है. लुक एट द कैंडल, स्टिल ओपन इक्वल टू लो. look at this. जॉब क्लेम का डेटा तो आ गया ऑलरेडी. पॉजिटिव था डॉलर के लिए, नेगेटिव जॉब क्लेम का डेटा नहीं था. आई थिंक अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स की बात कर रहे हो ना. वो बहुत पहले आ गया था. पॉजिटिव था वही आपका डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, और फिर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पीएमआई का भी सेम ही डेटा था. पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर इंडेक्स, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर. राइट नाउ क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है जो आने वाली है बस 9:30 पे. गोल्ड सिल्वर फिर भी नीचे नहीं आए. गोल्ड का तो मैंने बता दिया था. अभी गोल्ड का जो रेजिस्टेंस है वो ऑलरेडी टेस्ट हो गया है एक बार. ये दूसरी बार टेस्ट हो रहा है तो थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग उसमें आ रही है. मैंने अभी लेवल दिखाए थे गोल्ड के. उसमें रेजिस्टेंस है ना, एक बार टेस्ट हो गया है, दूसरी बार आ रहा है ये. तो थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग तो आ जाएगी. दूसरी या तीसरी बार कह सकते हो. बट नीचे भी सपोर्ट है काफ़ी बड़ा है. जब तक ये होल्ड करेगा तब तक तो कुछ कह नहीं सकते. और अगर ये वापस रिटर्न किया यहाँ से तो फिर ये चला जाएगा वापस इस तरीके से. तो ये रेजिस्टेंस भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है ऑलरेडी. लेट्स सी ये नीचे होल्ड करता है नहीं करता है 2638 2640 के लेवल को 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे. नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री आज नहीं है. आज सिर्फ क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री शेड्यूल है. वो एक्चुअली फर्स्ट जो था आपका 1 जनवरी, उस दिन बैंक हॉलीडे था यूएस में, तो उस दिन वैसे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री आती थी. वो तो कल आई नहीं फिर, इसलिए आज शेड्यूल कर दी उन लोगों ने. एंड जो नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है वो कल शेड्यूल है, कल शाम को 9 बजे. कल फ्राइडे है, ध्यान रखना. इज द क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री ओनली. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है. हाँ सिल्वर का नहीं देखा, सिल्वर का देख लेता हूँ एक सेकेंड. इसका नहीं देखते हैं. MCX Forex. देखो उसमें सपोर्ट नहीं है. उसमें सपोर्ट तो बहुत नीचे है. आई थिंक अराउंड 28.79 के अराउंड. बीच में एक रेजिस्टेंस था उसका, ये ब्रेकआउट हुआ था कल 6:45 की कैंडल पे 15 मिनट की. आई डोंट नो क्या कुछ न्यूज़ थी शायद. मार्केट ने उसका रीटेस्ट कर दिया है, तो वो एक रीटेस्ट जोन है बस 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे. ठीक है, तो वो बीच पे एक रीटेस्ट है, सपोर्ट बाकी मैंने बता दिया $29 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग देखोगे तो $29 इज अ सपोर्ट। बाकी बीच वाला रीटेस्ट तो कर दिया इसने, अब मुझे लगता नहीं करेगा बार बार 29.25 वाला। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस भी देख लेते हैं एक बार, बिकॉज ये फॉरेक्स में और एमसीएक्स में ऑलमोस्ट एक ही जैसा प्राइस एक्शन बनाया है इसने। किसने पूछा भी था अभी, मुझे याद है, वो सिल्वर माइक्रो का चार्ट ना, वहाँ पर भी रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है। फॉरेक्स में देख लेते हैं, फॉरेक्स में भी है रेजिस्टेंस या फिर नहीं, या सिर्फ एमसीएक्स में बना हुआ है, क्योंकि चार्ट थोड़े बहुत डिफरेंट होते हैं फॉरेक्स के। नहीं, अब डेटा कोई नहीं है, इन्वेंट्री है सिर्फ क्रूड ऑयल की। देयर इज ओनली क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री। हाँ देखो, फॉरेक्स में भी देखोगे तो फॉरेक्स में भी रेजिस्टेंस है बिल्कुल है, एमसीएक्स में भी है, फॉरेक्स में भी है ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस 29.55 से लेकर 29.60। तो फिलहाल आप कह सकते हो सिल्वर डे हाई जो बनाया है उसने, वो रेजिस्टेंस जोन के ऊपर अराउंड ही है। दोनों में से कोई एक लेवल अगर टच हो जाए मेरे अकॉर्डिंग बेटर रहेगा, या तो रेजिस्टेंस पे ही चला जाए, वहां से सेलिंग आ जाए इसमें डायरेक्टली, या फिर नीचे सपोर्ट से बाइंग आ जाती है तो ये बेटर है। ये फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है, एमसीएक्स में लेवल थोड़े बहुत अलग होते हैं, ध्यान रखना। थोड़ी बहुत ना यहाँ पर अगर अब एग्जैक्टली टच नहीं किया, बट अगर इस लेवल पर जाके एक बार सेलिंग दिखा दे, वैसे तो एक बार पास्ट में आ चुकी है सेलिंग, ये सपोर्ट भी अच्छा है, यहाँ से एक बाइंग का नहीं तो प्लान कर सकते हो। बीच में यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस था, उसका रीटेस्ट ये कर चुका है, तो अब वापस करेगा नहीं करेगा कहना मुश्किल है थोड़ा सा। ये 2-3 बार रीटेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर ये। तो दीज आर द सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस राइट नाउ इन सिल्वर 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। जो लोग फॉरेक्स में कर रहे हैं, एमसीएक्स में ना, वो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, दोनों ही जगह रेजिस्टेंस है, क्योंकि अगर ये नीचे आ गया ना रेजिस्टेंस में यहाँ से, और ये रीटेस्ट पे नहीं रुका, तो फिर बड़ा फॉल आ जाएगा। अब डेटा भी कोई नहीं है, कुछ अगर न्यूज आती है तो देखता हूँ मैं, फिलहाल अभी और कोई न्यूज़ भी नहीं है। इलाई लिली स्टॉक, ओके, ये तो बाकी देखो, अगर ये नेचुरल क्रूड ऑयल में ज़्यादा कुछ खास मोमेंटम नहीं आया ना बिफोर इन्वेंट्री, तो फिर इन्वेंट्री को ही प्ले करने की कोशिश करना, बिकॉज ऑलरेडी 8:45 हो चुका है, 9:30 पे इन्वेंट्री है, आधा घंटा और है, तो मार्केट नॉर्मली साइडवे चला गया तो फिर कुछ मिलेगा नहीं। ठीक है, अगर ये बड़ा फॉल कर देता है नेक्स्ट 1-2 कैंडल पे तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं तो फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के या फिर निकल जाना, जैसा करोगे। रिस्क मत उठाना, क्योंकि इन्वेंट्री वैसे एक्सपेक्टेड तो नेगेटिव ही है, बट हो सकता है अप साइड चला जाए, या फिर ये क्रूड ऑयल साइड में चला जाए। एक बार सेलिंग आई है, सेकंड टाइम है ये, दिस सेकंड टाइम. ओके, 1 second. ये भी लेवल चाहिए. 70 लाइक्स भी हो चुके हैं. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. वंस अगेन बाय द वे, हैप्पी न्यू ईयर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. 1st ऑफ जनवरी को मैं लाइव नहीं था, इसलिए आज कह दे रहा हूँ 2nd ऑफ जनवरी को. आई होप सबका न्यू ईयर अच्छा गया होगा और पूरा साल अच्छा ही जाए. सब लोग बहुत सारा प्रॉफिट करें. और नई चीज़ें सीखते रहें, लर्निंग करते रहें. एंड प्लीज़ टेक केयर योर हेल्थ एज वेल. हेल्थ का भी ध्यान रखें. सिल्वर का सपोर्ट बताया मैंने अभी नीचे आपका $29. 29 to 29.10 है रेंज पूरी. प्लीज़ अगर आप ट्रेडर हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा बैठे रहते हैं एक ही सिस्टम पे काफ़ी टाइम तक, ज़्यादा एक्सरसाइज अगर नहीं करते हैं तो प्लीज़ डू इट. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर योर हार्ट एज वेल. नॉन वेज अगर खाते हैं तो छोड़ दीजिए, नहीं खाते हैं तो बेटर है, बहुत अच्छा है मेरी तरह. एंड फास्ट फूड और फैटी ऑयल जैसे जो सैचुरेटेड फैट हैं प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उनको खाना कम कर दें. हार्ट की हेल्थ के लिए काफ़ी अच्छा रहेगा. ओके, नेचुरल गैस में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ही ट्रेल करना गाइस, ठीक है. ये बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज हो गया, कुछ ज़्यादा ही कंसोलिडेशन में फंस गया यहाँ पे. कुछ नए लेवल बनते हैं तो एक बार देखते हैं फिर से करना क्या चाह रहा है ये. भी देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा है. करंट कैंडल अगेन ओपन इक्वल टू लो. लेट्स सी साइडवेज आता है तो बिफोर इन्वेंट्री.
News when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. The first trading day of 2025 is officially underway with stocks on the rebound from the 4-day slide that ended the year gone by. That was the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and at the open, the S&P 500 is higher by 0.5%, trading above 5,900. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is higher by 0.2%, and the Nasdaq Composite opens the year with a 0.5% gain. This comes after we got the first look at the labor market of 2025, and that is showing positive signs. Weekly jobless claims capped off 2024 at an 8-month low of 211,000, down 9,000 from the week prior. Anna Wong is chief U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics.
Initial claims is suggesting that layoffs is low, and indeed over the holiday period we have seen that some of the layoff announced, for example, by Stellantis, the automaker, has been canceled. So that's suggesting that in that part of labor market is doing fine. If you have a job, you seem to be doing fine.
Bloomberg economist Anna Wong says continuing claims also fell. They're at a 3-month low of 1.84 million. Outside Wall Street, national security remains top of mind after 2 deadly incidents on New Year's Day. First, in New Orleans, the FBI is leading the investigation into the truck attack that left at least 15 dead and dozens more hurt in the famed French Quarter. The suspect, 42-year-old Army veteran Shamsuddin Jabbar, was killed in a shootout with police. Authorities say they found an Islamic State flag and improvised explosive devices in his rented pickup. Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill says they have reason to think Jabbar may not have acted alone.
We had some information yesterday about the placement of the IEDs and the timing of placement of the IEDs. There was a house fire early in the morning, but later than the timing of the event at 3 in the morning. And so, we have good reason to believe that there were multiple people that were involved.
Louisiana AG Liz Murrill spoke to CBS News. Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, investigators are looking into the Cybertruck explosion outside the city's Trump Hotel, whether that could be an act of terrorism. Jeremy Schwartz is with the FBI in Vegas.
Our number one goal is to ensure that we have the proper identification of the subject involved in this incident. Following that, our second objective is to determine whether this was an act of terrorism or not.
The FBI's Jeremy Schwartz says that blast killed the driver. He's been identified locally as 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger, also an Army veteran who rented his Cybertruck through the same app that the New Orleans attacker is said to have used. President Biden is urging Americans not to jump to conclusions.
The law enforcement and intelligence community are continuing to look for any connections, associations, or co-conspirators.
The president spoke from Camp David last night, but these 2 incidents are likely to lead to heightened security, as we hear from Bloomberg's Derek Wallbank.
I'm thinking specifically of the Trump inauguration to come later this month, the Super Bowl when that comes up. You can expect a certain increased presence there while authorities look into what exactly happened here.
Bloomberg's Derek Wallbank, and we're getting word of at least one more high-profile event before the inauguration. President-elect Trump is planning a victory rally at Washington, D.C.'s Capital One Arena January 19th, the day before he is sworn in at the U.S. Capitol. In New York City, police are investigating a shooting outside a nightclub in Jamaica, Queens, that left 10 people hurt on New Year's night. Police say 3 or 4 young men shot more than 30 times at a group standing outside the venue before running off into a light-colored sedan. All the victims are expected to recover. Police say they do not think this was terrorism. Back on Wall Street, we're watching shares of Tesla at the open. They are down 5%. The electric vehicle giant posted a 1.1% sales decline in 2024, the first annual drop for Tesla in more than a decade. We get more from Bloomberg's Detroit bureau chief, David Welch.
I'm a little surprised here because there was a lot of chatter in the fourth quarter when President-elect Donald Trump was saying he was going to get rid of the $7,500 tax credit on EVs. There was a lot of chatter that people would rush out and buy EVs. We don't have data supporting that people did that, but in any case, we do know that there have been 0% financing deals on EVs from GM. We know that Tesla has been offering discounts in the U.S. and in China.
Bloomberg's David Welch reporting from Detroit. And Morgan Stanley is joining other Wall Street firms in quitting an alliance that's designed to support reduced greenhouse gas emissions. The firm says it is leaving the Net Zero Banking Alliance. Citigroup and Bank of America did the same earlier this week. At the open, Morgan Stanley shares are higher by about 0.5%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade.
And Justin Trudeau.
There are still people who are hell-bent on reversing our approach on fighting climate change.
And the creative minds you haven't heard of yet.
Really don't need to have a tomato in December. It's gonna taste like nothing anyway. Just
Who that is?
She had some hit songs in 2024.
Is she an actual carpenter?
No.
What? Matt, where
From the
have you
Carpenter
been
family?
in
No,
terms of
she's
pop
not.
music?
Name unrelated to the Carpenters. We'll talk about it in the commercial break. This is Bloomberg.
In this gig.
Is looming large over these forecasts. What exactly is Wall Street saying about his impact on financial markets?
Yes, good morning, Lizzie. I think Wall Street is nervous, put it that way, both because he's obviously been making a lot of loud noises about potential tariffs, for instance. We know that he is sometimes a bit bombastic in his approach to politics, so we don't know exactly what we're going to get when he is in office. You know, even when he is in office, he's expected to be quite unpredictable. And that has kind of added a layer of uncertainty over all the calls for the year ahead in a way that perhaps we haven't had in more recent years. So, yeah, pretty much every call from economics to markets is all caveated with the great unknown that is Donald Trump's second presidency.
I mean, actually, there's a lot of consensus across these over 700 key calls. What else, if anything, stands out to you from this collection of outlooks?
Yeah, so I've been doing this for a few years now, and every year there is a general consensus that emerges, but I would say that this year is definitely stronger than in previous years. The overall picture is of the US exceptionalism once again coming to the fore, both in terms of economics and in terms of asset performance. There just doesn't seem to be any perception that the rest of the world can keep up, let alone catch up with the US picture at the moment, particularly with Trump coming in. Although we don't know exactly what he will do, the anticipation is definitely that he will be pro-business, light on regulation, and that this could add a shot in the arm to US activity. There's also a consensus that inflation is, while it's under control, it's going to be extremely difficult to get it down to target. So rates, especially in the US, may end up higher for longer than we expect, or not falling as far as perhaps the market is pricing right now. And yeah, general picture that the rest of the world may face its difficulties, particularly if Trump brings in tariffs.
So a possible Trump boom. What about our region? Are we going to get a European revival?
The confidence of that is not high, let me just say. Europe is seen as having a number of issues. In particular, we have political problems at the heart of Europe, where France is struggling to keep a government. Germany is about to go to elections. There is not great optimism about a big
Kevin
growth
McCarthy
revival.
as Speaker and settled on Mike Johnson. If it goes that long this time, guess what? That puts us past January 20th, which is Inauguration Day, and Congress probably cannot certify the 2024 election if the House is not in session, and there has to be a Speaker for the House to be in session. So the craziest scenario here is that this remains at an impasse all the way to Inauguration Day, January 20. And just for kicks, I mean, fun trivia, if the Congress cannot certify Trump as a new president, Charles Grassley, who is the Speaker pro tem of the Senate, would become the president for the temporary president, I guess, the interim president. Chuck Grassley's 91 years old, so that would be quite an interesting scenario.
Rick, that would be quite an interesting scenario. I know you're not a future reader, but how likely do you think that is, given that we know Trump would obviously dial up the pushback even more than he already has to get lawmakers to vote for Johnson if that were to be a risk?
I mean, the interesting dynamic here is that Trump can tell most Republicans what to do, but not all Republicans in the House. We saw this with the vote on the temporary spending bill at the end of last year. There were 38 Republicans who did not vote for a bill that Trump wanted them to vote for. He put on social media, I want all Republicans to vote for this bill, and there were 38 who did not. Now, the margin is not going to be that big if Johnson loses. But there are certainly a handful of Republicans who are going to do whatever they want. They're not going to be influenced by Trump on this vote. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I think everybody would prefer that come Monday, Johnson is Speaker, and we just get on with a lot of agenda items. Congress has a lot to do in 2025. But we could start the year and the next Trump administration with another Republican fiasco.
All right, Rick Newman, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Manny.
House Republicans will hold one of the narrowest House majorities in history for that upcoming term, meaning every single vote counts. Early signs of infighting among party members threaten not only Friday's Speaker vote, but the path forward for President-elect Trump's agenda. Here to discuss this and more, Wendy Schiller, professor of political science at Brown University. Wendy, it's great to speak with you. We were just speaking about some of the infighting regarding the House Speaker vote coming up tomorrow here. If Republicans can't even elect a speaker, can we expect that they can effectively pass policy, or is this infighting specific to Mike Johnson?
Well, that's a really important question for things like shutting the government down again or not in March. And of course, the debt ceiling. And we know the debt limit will be breached sometime before the summer. So, and of course, the Trump tax cuts. So these are all things that have to be passed by the House constitutionally. So this is the real crux of the issue, is so much of the financial infrastructure of the federal government has to originate or pass the House before it can even be touched by the Senate. So when you think about that, the stakes are very high. If you're a strategic Republican and you're looking ahead to the future, whether it's 2026 or beyond, your time of leverage is now. What you want to extract from the speaker is now. So if they all band together and they barely squeak by and elect Johnson, that diminishes some of their leverage going forward and looking ahead at these other issues, particularly the national debt and the deficit. So to me, if you want to get a promise from Mike Johnson, you have to get it in the next 24 hours if you're one of these Republicans that's still holding out.
And since you mentioned the deficit, the same people opposing Mike Johnson also profess to be against increasing the deficit and debt of the United States here. How limited is the ability of the House to execute on any tax cuts, given those deficit concerns?
Well, Madison, this is the real coalitional challenge for anybody who becomes speaker, and certainly for Donald Trump. Donald Trump wanted to waive the debt ceiling till after the 26 midterms, and the deficit hawks in the Republican Party in the House said a firm no to that. So they don't want to give a blank check, and they were demanding pretty significant cuts to the federal budget in return for the Trump tax cuts. And Trump's seeking victories. This is his second term. Constitutionally, he is prohibited from running again. Unless that changes, he's going to want some victories, and he's going to go out to the voters and really try to put pressure on the Republicans. But some of these Republicans have, objected to things that Trump wants in the past and still gotten elected relatively easily in 2024. So this just shows you the disconnect that comes with separate elections for the president and the House, because even with the same party, the constituency support is quite different on key issues like deficit spending.
It's such a great point, Wendy, too. And I hope that the investors and hedge fund managers who come on our show are listening to you right now, because so many of them say that part of their bullishness for 2025 is based on a firm belief in those corporate tax cuts coming in. What is your message to them on the likelihood of that?
Well, they've got to do some retail lobbying, and they're very good at this. But the idea that Trump can do it through Truth Social, or X, formerly known as Twitter, or get Elon Musk to go out and sell it to people, that's not going to work with people who are already looking at 2026. They know their constituents. They've been reelected, like Chip Roy, very comfortably, even in opposition to Trump. The politics of the House stay fairly similar for any president, and this is why most presidents don't love Congress, sort of get in the way of things. Pay attention to what those members need in other federal spending, because that's the log rolling that will have to happen to have any Trump tax cut bill or even a safe debt ceiling approval later this spring.
Wendy, I want to talk specifically about state and local tax SALT as well. Stephen Moore, one of Trump's economic advisors, recently saying that Trump's economic team is considering doubling the state and local tax deduction from $10,000 to $20,000. And there has been a little bit of bipartisan support for that for some of the big blue states, California, New York. Does that make that more likely
Well, I think the prospect for that was a little bit better with the composition of the bipartisan caucus on SALT deduction last session. The Republicans lost a couple of key seats in California and New York, so they're down a few in terms of Republicans who really care about this issue. And I'm not sure that the Republicans who are lobbying for the SALT cap will take just a $10,000 increase. I mean, it just seems really small given the kinds of numbers that a lot of their constituents are facing with taxes and mortgages and high housing prices. So given the housing market, it just seems like a waste of time to lobby for a $10,000 increase in it when you might be able to get a lot more given the very slim majority in the House right now. So in that sense, they're going to have to make a bolder argument and really rely on this very slim majority, even though in their own caucus, they've lost a few key Republican people. And by the way, the people who are leading the charge are also running for governor from New Jersey, two of them against each other from the House. So they're going to be pretty busy with that campaign. So I'm just looking to see where the leadership is going to come from in the 119th Congress to really make the charge to get that SALT cap much higher than it is now.
Given some of those elections that you mentioned, then, is the will of constituents and the desire and kind of support of some of these tax cut policies potentially going to move the needle on this legislation?
It really will come down to, I think, in some ways, the Republicans from California and Republicans from New York. I mean, Gottheimer and Sherrill are both from New Jersey, and they're both running for governor, as I just said. So it's really going to take some strong advocacy, and they're going to, again, have to log roll not only within the tax cut debate, but also on things like debt ceiling or the speaker's vote. They're going to have to really muscle their way in and say, we need this as a victory to sustain the House majority in 26. Because if we don't deliver this, then some of our constituents may vote in a close race for our competitor and give Democrats the majority in the House. So that's the argument California and New York Democrats and Republicans will have to make, but particularly Republicans with this very slim, difficult to govern majority that the House is facing now.
Wendy, I want to end on someone who has not been elected by the American people, and that is Elon Musk. I just want to get your take. What are you thinking about his kind of being in the realm of political power, but not necessarily having the ability to actually do anything? How effective, air quotes there, do you think that he is going to be?
Well, the key thing here is that DOGE, which people are referring to as a department, has not been created or authorized by Congress. It has no legal authority. So anything that he proposes in terms of governing the government budget has to come most likely through executive order from the president. And the federal government is big and thick and hard to cut. So his patience level is what I'm watching, both Trump's patience level with the amount of publicity that Musk is getting. The Democrats are calling him co-president or President Musk, which is irritating Trump. But the second thing is, how much patience will Elon Musk have for the vast morass that is the federal government? How long will he really want to stick around? So that dynamic, I think, remains to be seen. But at the moment, he doesn't have any legal authority. And you can already see from the Republicans that opposed the Musk plan for the budget, 2 weeks ago, they said no. And I think they're going to try to assert as much of their power vis-a-vis Musk as they can.
Right. One head, one crown. Wendy, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Coming up, with Trump set to take the White House, why one founder predicts the next 4 years will benefit not just Elon Musk, but the entire space economy and how you can invest. That's next.
For America, if you're a CEO, small or large, you like to see emphasis on your strengths. What you want to do is build your strengths, not necessarily worry too much about your weaknesses or your flaws. And so you could say, look, what is the administration talking about writ large? It is talking about reducing the weight of government on businesses, small and large manufacturers, and even small manufacturers, because small manufacturers are paying a bigger penalty. The National Association of Manufacturers again says that the average manufacturing group pays $25,000 per employee per year on a regulation. Now, you can believe that number or not. I think it's pretty accurate. But small ones pay $50,000. So they like to hear that. They like to hear the idea that the administration might make the most of a great American strength, that is the American worker, and emphasize manufacturing. They like to hear the idea, believe it or not, that they restore the strength that immigration has always been, or restore immigration as a strength for our common power. They like that because they use those workers a lot. What they worry about, though, is things like the detail. There's tremendous windage in this. For example, you have the idea of, well, how are you going to actually promote manufacturing? Are you going to be able to do the what's going to happen in the tax cuts as the taxes expire? Now, there's a talk about corporate rates. Well, me personally, I don't think they need to lower the corporate rates. Very fine. Right now, where they are, they're about equal to other places for big companies. But small companies, which 93% of manufacturers are under 100 people. And so a lot of them are pass-throughs. So you raise the individual rates, that goes up. And if you eliminate the 199A deduction, 20% reduction on their EBIT, then that's a big impact for them. So they worry about that. They worry about the idea, well, what's going to happen with tariffs?
Right.
Tariffs are a big question, right?
Huge question.
And so you can do it two ways. You can have a tariff program which reacts to other countries which do bad things, subsidize and promote their state-owned industries, or you can do blanket tariffs. I think the former is the positive one, but they worry about the blanket tariffs.
Yep.
That kind of thing.
And the kind of trade war that may kick off, and then the turn to China that you could see. We've been talking about that in this program the last couple of days. Nick, it's never enough time with you. I hope we can get you in the studio next time you're in New York City. Snap-on CEO Nick Pinchuk talking to us. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year. We want to break some news right now. Constellation involved in a $1 billion power deal with the U.S. government. And Constellation in power deals has been the story for the past year. Remember the Microsoft deal to bring back a nuclear power generator at 3 Mile Island. Now you have another boost for this energy company. Really, the power generators, I mean, wasn't the biggest gainer of all last year? Vistra, right?
Yeah, exactly.
500.
Yeah, Vistra, your big outperformer, but Constellation not too shabby either, gaining 91% in 2024. Of course, that Microsoft deal was a big boon for them, and clearly this new deal that they've announced with the U.S. government adding to that momentum on the first trading day of 2025.
I wonder what this is all going to amount to, because on one hand, there's a lot of excitement from AI companies to get into nuclear. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, you are seeing there was an amazing data visualization from Bloomberg News showing that this is already causing some stress on grids that are close to data centers. And so you might see a bit of a pushback on the local level as this gets done.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe some deregulation is what you need there. Let's get a look at some of the stocks moving this hour other than Constellation. Bloomberg's Alex Semenova joins us, and we broke the Carvana story. Hindenburg going short on that stock, and what a volatile reaction, right?
Yeah, Matt, quite a swing on that stock, initially dropping as much as 8%, now up nearly 4% after Hindenburg took a short position in this company. This is, of course, the maker of those massive car vending machines. The stock did really well in 2021 and then weathered a rout back in 2022, and then has since kind of been recovering. Pretty good turnaround story there, but Hindenburg says that this turnaround is a mirage. They make some pretty gnarly accusations against the company in this report. They say that they manipulated their accounting, and they have lax underwriting that fueled temporary reported income growth, all while insiders cash out on billions in stock. And they're investigating this still. They're still saying that, despite the results of the investigation, it is still exorbitantly valued, trading at an 845% higher sales multiple relative to some of its peers like CarMax and AutoNation.
Well, if Hindenburg is, of course, still in that short position, which TBD on that, they're getting some losses this morning. Carvana shares now up 3%. Let's talk about Tesla, though. Of course, disappointing when it comes to fourth quarter deliveries. You can certainly see that in shares.
Yeah, their vehicle sales dropping for the first time in a decade, and also deliveries coming in short of Wall Street estimates, though. That stock is actually pairing its loss. Wedbush's Dan Ives came out and said that he's still a buyer. Obviously, he's a big perma bull on Tesla. And also news this morning that one of its Cybertrucks exploded for reasons not totally clear yet. That was also weighing on the share price. But I got to point out, it's still up something like 60% since the election. Of course, the company's seen benefiting from Elon Musk's relationship with Donald Trump.
Certainly the worst performer in the S&P 500 today. Not dragging down the S&P 500 index, though, or the Magnificent Seven. You are seeing a mixed trade of the Mag 7 stocks to start the year, aren't you?
Yeah, I actually want to point out that despite Tesla's performance today, Tesla and Apple have actually accounted for more than half of the Magnificent Seven's return since the election. So pretty incredible when you think about it. And
both down
that
today.
Group, what?
Both are down today.
Yeah, both names are down, but still doing really well in the past couple of months. But actually, that group, going into this year, obviously facing much tougher earnings growth comparisons from last year. That group expected to post earnings of about 18% compared to 34% in 2024. And if you strip out NVIDIA, the AI darling, it's something like 3%. So obviously investors are very wary of that. And a lot of investment firms, advising clients to allocate away from the Mag 7 and diversify.
Tesla doubled after the election of Donald Trump, with his co-president, obviously, and is still up more than 56%.
I wonder what happens if they have a fallout.
I would love to know, and maybe we will find out. Who knows? I don't think he likes the term co-president.
You know,
No, he doesn't like that. No,
No.
I could understand.
Well, also watching last week of January, we start to get the earnings results from all of them. That will be a big moment of truth. Alex, we thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Alex Semenova. And coming up next, we're going to talk about labor because U.S. port workers are threatening to strike again. We're going to have the latest on that next. Stick with us. This is
generating a lot of cash flow, and it's been widely reported that they're now buying back shares, right? So over the last couple of years, they're no longer raising capital. They're funding their growth with revenue and actually buying back shares. So if you think about where SpaceX goes from here, they have big, lofty ambitions that don't necessarily align with public market expectations, right? Their primary goal is to go to Mars and take humans to Mars to settle there, right? They have aspects of their business, like Starlink and the satellite communications business, that is generating a significant amount of revenue and is actually could be a public company spinoff. We'll have to see if that happens or not. I mean, that's fueling a lot of their larger vision. So, do they keep that as part of the company or do they spin that off? I think that's yet to be seen. We've heard public announcements from the company have given us mixed messages, so we're not quite sure what to expect there.
So how can retail investors play the space? Is it a matter of waiting on an IPO like SpaceX, or is there a different IPO opportunity or a private credit opportunity?
There will be many IPO opportunities. So we have seen so again, a little context here is helpful. So we've been operating in space for decades, but it's really only become a category for investment and entrepreneurship over the last 15 years or so on the heels of SpaceX. So it's relatively new. It takes time for these companies to raise venture capital and to go out and to mature to the stage where they're ready for the public markets. We've not seen that yet. We've seen some companies go public via SPAC. Most of that's washed out. There have been a handful of really great companies that came from that retail investors can participate in. Rocket Lab being an interesting example. Right. Planet Labs, both portfolio companies of ours. I do think that in 2025 we're starting to get into the place where a lot of these companies have grown and matured the more traditional way. We're going to start to see some more traditional IPOs and more opportunities for retail investors to get involved.
And I know you've got some other predictions that you sent over to us. What else are you anticipating for 2025?
Well, it's a few things, and one is China is becoming a bigger player here. They have launched a lot of rocket launches, but not a lot of payload satellites mass to orbit. That's going to change next year. SpaceX has 7,500 Starlink satellites. China, they're racing to get 15,000 up. China has multiple mega constellations like this. Amazon is launching a satellite communications constellation. So if you look at the chart of satellites in orbit, it's basically a straight line up right now. That's the growth that we're talking about. Is the number of satellites in orbit is accelerating faster than Moore's law, which is really something interesting to get your head around, right? So understanding where all these satellites are, how to navigate this, like it is no longer optional for us to coordinate activities in orbit. We need to get much smarter about that. We're going to see some of that play out.
And real quick, is Amazon going to be a formidable competitor to Starlink in 2025?
I think it's particularly interesting. If they can do, so they've been very tight-lipped, but if they can do what they claim that they can do with these satellites, they're going to be very capable. And given geopolitical considerations, given Musk's ties to the president-elect, I think that there are going to be some countries and some geographies that are more interested in a different solution. And so I think we're going to see some of that play out as they start to come online next year as well.
Perhaps their competitive advantage is not being Elon Musk then, heading into 2025. Chad, thank you so much as always. Really appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Coming up, we are taking a look at the biggest trends in retail for 2025. That is next right here on Catalyst. Stick around.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
It appears that the subject...
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. The House Homeland Security Committee is set for a briefing this morning on the truck attack in New Orleans that left at least 15 dead and dozens more wounded in the French Quarter on New Year's morning. The suspect, 42-year-old Army veteran Shamsuddin Jabbar, was killed in a shootout with police. Democrat Troy Carter represents the French Quarter in Congress and sits on the Homeland Security Committee.
We've learned that it unfortunately appears that the subject was not alone, that there was some other agents that may have been involved, and there's a active investigation that's going on now.
Congressman Carter spoke to CBS News. Authorities have said they found an Islamic State flag and at least 2 improvised explosive devices in the rental truck. Meantime, the investigation continues into the Cybertruck explosion outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas that left the driver dead and at least 7 others hurt hours after the incident in New Orleans. Kevin McMahill is the sheriff in Vegas.
We're absolutely investigating any connectivity to what happened in New Orleans, as well as other attacks that have been occurring around the world. We're not ruling anything out yet.
Sheriff McMahill says the Cybertruck was rented through the same app, Turo, that the New Orleans suspect used. The driver who died, also an Army veteran. Bloomberg's David Gura says Tesla CEO Elon Musk has been weighing in.
He has been and has been posting quite a bit about this, including suggesting that the damage could have been much worse if it hadn't been in a Cybertruck. In fact, the design of that vehicle prevented the explosion from being wider than it was. But he has been weighing in on this and has indicated that, by his estimation, providing no evidence to this, of course, that this wasn't caused by the vehicle itself. There was a bomb or fireworks in the back of it.
Bloomberg's David Gura reports Elon Musk is also assisting the Las Vegas investigation with vehicle data and charging station records. The White House says President Biden will receive an update on the New Orleans attack at 12:15 p.m. Wall Street time, and authorities in New Orleans say they do plan to reopen Bourbon Street as the Sugar Bowl is set to kick off later this afternoon. It was postponed following the New Orleans attack. 2 top Republicans are calling for more information on the Chinese state-sponsored cyber attack on the Treasury Department. Tim Scott, ranking Republican on the Senate Banking Committee, and House Financial Services Vice Chair French Hill have sent a letter to Secretary Janet Yellen asking for a briefing by January 10th. The Washington Post reports the hack targeted Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control. That's the office that administers economic sanctions against countries and groups of individuals. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he is confident he will retain the gavel when lawmakers return to Washington and vote on leaders tomorrow. Johnson appeared on Fox News this morning after getting backing from President-elect Donald Trump. We get more from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at the White House.
He is trying to calm all of those fears that there could be any issues with getting that certification done. He's trying to make sure that he can push his agenda on congressional lawmakers. But we're going to have to wait and see how effective that ultimately becomes.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall at the White House. Back in New York, federal agents searched the home of a former top police official early this morning. Jeffrey Madry resigned as NYPD's chief of department nearly 2 weeks ago after a lieutenant accused him of coercing her into sex. Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch confirmed the search in a post on X. She says search warrants were also executed in other locations as part of the investigation. On Wall Street, we're keeping an eye on Tesla shares. They are down more than 5% after the electric vehicle giant posted its first annual sales decline in more than a decade. Bloomberg Detroit Bureau Chief David Welch says EV demand is an issue across the automotive space.
This has been an issue with Tesla for some time now. Analysts, investors questioning whether there was still great growth in the EV market, which we know there is growth, but it has slowed. Tesla has more competitors. In the U.S. now, GM has a lot of EVs out. Hyundai and Kia do as well. And then in China, of course, they've got big competition with BYD and the other domestic players there. So Tesla no longer has this stranglehold on the market. That's been happening for a while, and I think it's gathering steam.
Bloomberg's David Welch in Detroit. We're also watching shares of Carvana. They are whipsawing between gains and losses after short seller Hindenburg Research said it took a short position in the online platform for buying used cars. Carvana shares fell as much as 8% following that report. Right now, they are higher by 1%. The biggest decliner on Wall Street this morning, Neumora Therapeutics. That stock is down 80% after the company's experimental drug for major depressive disorder failed to show a benefit in a final stage trial. As for the broader market, it is higher, with big tech leading the rebound from the 4-day slump that ended 2024. Right now, the NASDAQ Composite is higher by 0.3%. So are the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And that's news when you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
Not everybody likes talking about money. Some people find it awkward. Sometimes they even find it a little embarrassing. I do not. I like talking about money. Whether it's the boardroom, the newsroom, the trading floor, I've spent the last 30 years talking about money, writing about money, and talking about it and writing about it a little bit more. I'm Maren Somerset-Webb, and every week senior reporter John Steppick and I answer your questions about personal finance, and we discuss the best strategies for making the most of your money. Listen in for the kind of insights and explanations everyone can use to help them make better saving and investment choices for themselves and their families.
My question is whether you think maxing out my company pension match is enough for when it comes to saving for my pension.
Should I attempt to pay my child's university fees and living costs?
My partner and I have excess savings, so should we overpay on our mortgage or should we put the money into stocks?
From Bloomberg Podcasts, tune in to Maren Talks Money. Follow Maren Talks Money on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Being Birkenstock, where their goods come from Germany and also Portugal for the cork, so they don't have as much exposure as compared to others. But you wade through it and you still see many companies who have the opportunity to navigate these headwinds. And that's why agility and being able to navigate the surprises is top of mind for 2025.
How concerned are you about port strikes coming back?
Very concerned, and we've watched the elements of inventory levels and bringing goods, how goods are coming in very carefully. We've certainly seen many retailers navigate exactly how they're bringing in goods and the different mediums out there, but we're watching it. It certainly was shorter than expected just earlier a couple months ago, but certainly coming up, something to be mindful of.
All right, Dana, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you making the time for us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get a check on the markets to round out the hour here. I want to take a look at shares of Constellation Energy. The company announced a $1 billion power deal with the U.S. government here, and you can see a huge pop in the shares, up over 7%. As a reminder, Constellation was among the top 10 performers in the S&P 500 for 2024. We're also getting a pop in Vistra Energy, perhaps a little bit of a sympathy move. That is another nuclear energy play in the space, of course, and that was the top performer in the S&P 500 for the year 2024. And I just want to point out a couple more details for this Constellation deal with the government. They're getting $172 million from U.S. for energy purposes and about $840 million to sell power. And it's also interesting to point out that this $1 billion power deal, again, coming off the back of a banner year for Constellation after they became one of the biggest utility names to top the S&P 500. And by the way, that hasn't happened, a top utility name for the S&P 500 since the year 2001. So again, not only a huge move to the upside as it is a second derivative AI play, but also we have government spending fueling potentially more gains for Constellation. Again, you've got that stock up over 7% in the trade right now off the back of this $1 billion funding news from the government. Taking a look at the major averages, you're still moving to the upside. You've got the Dow moving to the upside. The S&P is up about 0.2%. You've got the NASDAQ up about 0.4%. Really seeing the tech-heavy large cap names leading the trade today in the first trading day of the year, that we were still on track to miss out on that Santa Claus rally. But that's okay. We've seen that before in 2024, and we still had a year of gains in the market over 20%. All right, stick around for more news. We've got wealth coming up dedicated to all your personal finance needs. Brad Smith is going to have you for the next hour, so keep it here for more.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
गाइस इन्वेंट्री आ गई है. इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. बाकी दो इन्वेंट्री भी देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल की, ईआई की इन्वेंट्री और ईआई के जो डिस्प्लाइड स्टॉक आता है और गैसोलीन, तीनों ही नेगेटिव आए हैं. सो ऑल थ्री inventory for crude oil price is negative. Inventory is negative for crude oil price. Let's see ये नीचे आता है नहीं आता है. फिर तो वैसे ही ब्रेकआउट कर दिया था, बट या दोनों ही सॉरी तीनों ही इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव है क्रूड ऑयल के लिए. इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. या ऑल थ्री नेगेटिव ही हैं, तीनों इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही आई हैं प्राइस के लिए. बट गिर नहीं रहा है प्राइस जिस हिसाब से इन्वेंट्री तीनों ही नेगेटिव आई हैं. ठीक है, इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही है क्रूड ऑयल के लिए, तीनों ही इन्वेंट्री, बट कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं हो रहा है. नेचुरल गैस को भी देखोगे तो बिल्कुल डांस ही कर रहा है यहाँ पे, ना ऊपर जा रहा है ना नीचे आ रहा है. इट इज जस्ट स्टक बिटवीन द लेवल्स. गोल्ड के लेवल बनाए ही नहीं है. सिल्वर के बनाए थे, दिखा दिए थे ऑलरेडी. अभी किसने पूछा था? गोल्ड के ही बना लेते हैं, एक सेकेंड. इन्वेंट्री जरूर नेगेटिव है, ध्यान रखना. इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. ये तो बता दिया ऑलरेडी. वो भी साइडवे चला गया बिल्कुल सिल्वर. से या तो ब्रेकआउट मिले या फिर यहीं पर रुका रहेगा. लेट्स सी द गोल्ड. इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही है, बट कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हो नहीं रहा है प्राइस पे.
If you're financing growth through borrowing, there's going to be more of a hit to your bottom line. If you're already in a strong cash position and can organically grow earnings, those are the types of balance sheets that we're really looking for at this moment.
Brian, just lastly, while we have you, of course, the major event taking place here in January that is going to have some type of effect over the course of not just this month, but for the next few years here, the inauguration. So as you think about that and having a White House and President-elect Trump that is using the stock market as a barometer for success, what type of implications does that carry for the stock market as a whole?
Well, certainly a lot of energy built into the market right after the election. We've had a little bit of a pullback in some of that over the last week or so, but the market is definitely in a pro-growth mood, expecting pro-growth policies to come from the new administration. What does that look like? It looks like less regulation on businesses, more impetus on lending from the private sector rather than government spending, and trying to privatize some of the growth that's coming through in the GDP numbers. So definitely a lot of positive energy coming from this. But really, remember, campaign promises are not policies. We need the policies to actually be enacted, and that's where we're going to have an important day tomorrow in electing a speaker to try and coalesce around this energy and get some of those policies enacted. There could be, again, some volatility if those things don't line up the way the market has currently expected them to.
Really interesting. Brian, great to see you. Happy New Year. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
The U.S. economy avoided a recession in 2024 as the Fed leveraged elevated interest rates to nudge inflation lower while the economy remains surprisingly strong entering into 2025 for consumers. The terrain is uneven when looking across.
गोल्ड में देखो ऊपर आपका 2656 से 2658 तक एक 15 मिनट में रेजिस्टेंस है, 2 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है, थर्ड टाइम है, एंड नीचे सपोर्ट 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर नीचे देखो आपका सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा नीचे है, बट उससे पहले बीच में एक एफईजी दिख जाएगा आपको 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, जहां पर अभी है 2651 से 2650 के बीच में देर सब एफईजी, जहां पर प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है। अब एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट देख लेते हैं कितना दूर है, एफईजी पे ही रुक रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। इट इज द सपोर्ट। गोल्ड किसी डिफरेंट स्क्रीन पे लगा दिया है? नहीं नहीं, स्क्रीन पे लगाया हुआ है नॉर्मल। प्रभात चौधरी जी, you can't see the level. Now you can see the level. ये बुलिश ही बना हुआ है। नीचे ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस जैसा मैंने बताया 2656 से लेकर 2658 के बीच में है। वहां से रिजेक्शन ले चुका है या फिर वहां से ले सकता है। वैसे 2 बार ले चुका है पास्ट में, थर्ड टाइम आया है। नीचे एफईजी है, दिस इज एफईजी एरिया, इसको लिख लेना एफईजी। और अगर ये लेवल होल्ड नहीं करता तो फिर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस सीधा 2663 से 2665 के अराउंड है। नीचे बाकी हमारे पास एक सपोर्ट है अराउंड 2641। वो एक्चुअली एक रेजिस्टेंस था, ब्रेकआउट हुआ है तो सपोर्ट बन गया, ब्रेकआउट होके ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करके। कोई और नया लेवल बनेगा तो देखेंगे, फिलहाल के लिए इतना ही लेवल है। मैनिपुलेटेड क्रूड से ज़्यादा मैनिपुलेट तो नेचुरल गैस हो गया है। कहीं जा ही नहीं रहा है नेचुरल गैस।
Free trial alerts to the rescue so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
If you care a lot about the future of TikTok in the US, there are some important dates for your calendar in 2025, because a lot will happen. On January 10th, the Supreme Court is going to hear arguments from both the Department of Justice, which is trying to enforce the ban, and TikTok, which has this one last chance to stop it. TikTok argues that its almost 200 million US users will lose their constitutional right to free speech if the app is no longer available. The ACLU and others agree. But the Department of Justice will argue that TikTok threatens national security. It says because TikTok's owner ByteDance must answer to China, then US citizens are always going to be at risk. The DOJ also says that because ByteDance has the option under the law to sell TikTok to another company, America's free speech doesn't necessarily have to be impacted. That argument was the one that worked in the lower court. For that reason, many legal experts think it's unlikely that the Supreme Court will overrule the ban. Issues of national security typically take precedence, even over free speech. If the ban is upheld, then the next big date to look out for will be January 19th. That's the deadline for TikTok to either find a buyer, which seems very unlikely at this point, or for app stores to remove the app. It would be a defining moment for digital freedom in the US, and it would be great news for rivals like Instagram and YouTube, the two apps that are expected to pick up the most users if TikTok is banned. But then just a day later, on January 20th, this man will return to the White House.
So I'm going to have to start thinking about TikTok.
Could Trump try to overturn the ban? Possibly. He could direct his Justice Department to not enforce it, or he could try to encourage Congress to pass a new law. Neither of those options would be easy. In the meantime, he has requested the Supreme Court pause the law until he is president and has had time to consider what he wants to do.
Maybe we got to keep this sucker around a little while.
That sounds good for TikTok, but Trump also says he wants to take over Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal. So who really knows what will happen next? Are you getting ready to leave TikTok?
The largest overall inflow. Here. For more, I want to bring in Vince LaRusso, who is the Cloud Capital President and CEO, for this week's ETF report brought to you by Invesco QQQ. Great to have you here with us, Vince. First and foremost, as we think about some of the record inflows that we saw into ETFs in 2024, do you believe that that is expected to be the same type of spend or at least inflow propensity for 2025? And if not, where at least could we still see some signs of strength?
Yeah, hi, Brad. Thanks for having me. Look, I think the flows into ETFs are going to continue for several years at least into the future. And, and the reasons for that are not necessarily the investment strategies or the exposures that investors are seeking. It is the regulatory change that began in 2019 when the SEC came out with the ETF rule 6C11. It began to open the door for active managers to take advantage of the ETF structure. And investors have taken notice, right? So ETFs for almost 3 decades have been really the domain of passive strategies. But when you open that window for active managers to move into that structure, the improvements, the chassis is just better. The tax efficiency, liquidity, and transparency of ETFs are ushering in a new level of interest and enthusiasm in ETFs, and the asset managers are responding, right? We're launching new ETFs, converting funds into ETFs. And Cloud Capital was really at the forefront of that with a couple of ETFs that we listed on the New York Stock Exchange back in 2020 through ChangeBridge, now part of Cloud Capital. So we've passed our 4-year milestone and we see the growth happening, and we think we're really just in the early innings of that. Active strategies are still less than 10% share of all ETFs, and that number is going to go higher.
So we had a portfolio manager on earlier on in the show saying that some of the biggest opportunities that they were tracking existing in sectors such as financials, consumer staples, and producer durables. Does that necessarily transfer through, at least in terms of some of the biggest opportunities, into sectors that ETFs would see the most benefits from as well?
I think you could see that, Brad. So what investors are going to do is, at a broad level, look for a structure that best suits their needs. And sometimes those needs are the transparency, liquidity, tax efficiency, right? So that's the broad trend into ETFs. Within that, where are investors finding opportunity, or where do they see the most potential for growth? And they're going to look for geographies, sectors, risk factors, whether that be small versus large or value growth. So those investor preferences or attributes are going to be garnering assets. It could be digital currencies, single stock exposure. They could be seeking yield. But I think it's just really important to zoom out and say, look, the broad trend into ETFs is more about the structural benefits. And then within that, where are investors gravitating? And we, as active managers at Cloud Capital, we give ourselves a broad mandate. So we are able to look across geographies and sectors, and we're somewhat agnostic about a lot of the risk factors. We just want to find the specific companies that give our investors the best risk-adjusted return opportunities. We build a portfolio from those opportunities through fundamental research and analysis. But the broad observation, I think you're spot on. People are going to move into the sectors, risk factors, geographies that they want, and they're going to largely look to do that in the ETF structure, potentially first.
Which sectors do you believe those are?
Yeah, so right now we're probably, it's that time of year here as we kick off 2025 to feel a little bit contrarian, to try to look for areas that maybe have missed out on the broad lift in equities. We continue to be very bullish on equities, despite kind of 2 years of significant outperformance by the S&P 500 and kind of broad participation across a lot of sectors. We would probably begin to skew into some of the more value, parts of the equity landscape. So things like industrials and energy and consumer staples. We think the setup here is pretty good. If you continue to get a lift in equity exposure and a movement from maybe short duration money market type investments into the equity market, we think that trend will continue. So we're trying to find some of the laggers, and I think the opportunities in industrial, energy, and consumer staple are really interesting right here, especially on a risk-adjusted basis, because the valuations are much more compelling.
That considered, as you're thinking about industrials, and especially as we're kind of tracking across some of the sectors that were outperformers last year and where there could continue to be outperformance this year versus those that were underperformers, are you banking on a big bounce back on a sector basis this year?
Probably not. I think that goes back to our core investment process at Cloud Capital, right? So we're more company specific. And by the way, we list all of our holdings on cloudetfs.com, including a prospectus. So you can see that, we'll have less than 40 longs in the ETFs at this moment in time, which is really an indication that we're not trying to make the broad call on a sector or a risk factor or even a geography. We're saying, look, within that, do we see opportunities? And the industrial opportunities to us look compelling, especially when you can get the tailwind of some of the onshoring trends that we think are very real, some of the build out in technology infrastructure, for example, and some of the data center needs. So, the question for us becomes, all right, we see this broad opportunity for equities. We think there's going to be a lift in equities as rates come down, as the economy still exhibits growth, as the labor market looks pretty strong, as the Fed becomes more accommodating, right? A lot of reasons to be in equities. Okay, within that, where do we see tailwinds? We think the e-infrastructure, onshoring, industrial, energy build out is very real. We need more energy supply to meet the demands associated with the build out of AI and data center needs. So then within that, we go another layer, right? What are the specific companies we like? An example like a Sterling Infrastructure, for example, which is a long position in both CBLS and CBSE, the two strategies that I manage. Well, that's a specific name where we've done the research. We trust the management team. We think they're exhibiting strong growth. They have this tailwind of industrial and e-infrastructure build out. And as an equity play, they generate free cash flow and they're exhibiting strong growth. So, that's kind of the process that we go through, Brad, to build a portfolio. I think broadly, if you see some sectors start to play a little bit of a catch-up trade, I think they could benefit from that as well. But look, technology is still the center of the investment universe. I mean, it's probably approaching or more than 40% of the S&P 500. We think that could continue to do well. But if we're trying to generate alpha for our investors and find individual opportunities that are, frankly, have an asymmetric risk-reward profile, they are pulling us more into some of those other sectors that I mentioned, industrials, energy, and consumer staples.
Vince, thanks so much for taking the time here with us today. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Delta ranking among the most on-time airlines for 2024, despite a CrowdStrike tech outage that forced the airline to cancel thousands of flights in July of 2024. According to rankings released by Cirium, Delta was on time about 83% of the time. That earned it the top spot among North American carriers, with United and Alaska Airlines rounding out the top three. For the worldwide rankings, Delta secured the third spot behind Aeromexico and Saudi Airlines. Flights are considered on time if they arrive within 15 minutes of their scheduled time. Coming up, we've got your Yahoo Finance market update. We'll check out how stocks are moving and run through 3 stories that you don't want to miss. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah, you're
35 are injured. We cannot ease the grief people in this community and across the nation are feeling at this time, but rest assured, we stand with you and in support of you. All the resources, and I'm going to go into that a little bit later, all the resources of the FBI are being focused on tracking down every piece of evidence, every lead, every interview, every potential lead we've got. While I won't be able to answer all your questions today, my goal is to be as forthcoming as possible with you on what we've uncovered so far. First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsa Din Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just over 400 tips from the public, and that information is being followed up on both here in New Orleans and across the country. Some of the tips are here in New Orleans, and there are other tips in other states across the country that we are following up on. The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. FBI and ATF. FBI, we have a couple different scenes at the location. We have released the scene at Bourbon Street. That scene has been released. We also have a scene off of Mandeville Address, where we're currently searching that scene right now. FBI and ATF agents have secured that house, and that location is being searched for potential evidence. On New Year's morning, Jabbar opened fire after ramming through a blocked-off area of Bourbon Street, used his truck as a weapon to run over the victims. Teams of specially trained victim specialists, again, as I said, are on the ground here in New Orleans, assisting survivors of the attack and loved ones of the deceased. We do not believe the public is in any danger around any of these locations. 3 phones linked to Jabbar have been recovered, and digital media exploitation is a priority to see what is on the devices and determine if there are any other potential leads. Additionally, we have recovered 2 laptops and are currently reviewing them for any potential leads. Those laptops were recovered at the Mandeville address. Evidence technicians will also be going over the F-150 truck Jabbar was driving. As you know, we recovered an ISIS flag from the back of the vehicle. Jabbar declared his support for the terrorist group on social media, as I stated before, as he made his way to New Orleans. FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross-section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away. There were multiple reports of other devices. Those reports turned out to be misinformation or not actual functioning devices. Those are the only 2 devices that we've been able to recover that were functional. Both devices were rendered safe on scene. We did obtain surveillance footage showing Jabbar placing the devices where they were found. 2 other, as I said before, 2 other items of interest were determined not to be IEDs. A little bit about Jabbar. Jabbar himself was born in the United States and is a U.S. military veteran. We are looking in everything in his life. While we have interviewed many people who know Jabbar, we still need to talk to others. Whether you know Jabbar personally, worked with him, served in the military, or saw him in New Orleans or Texas, we need to talk to you. You may not think you have relevant information, but what you know could tie in to one of our investigative leads. Specifically, we want to talk to anyone who was in the French Quarter on New Year's Eve or early on New Year's Day. That includes people spotted near one of the 2 IEDs on Bourbon Street. The IED was inside a cooler, and many people stopped and looked at the cooler and then continued on their way. Let's be clear, again, we do not believe at this point these people are involved in this incident in any way. We want to speak to them as witnesses and want to know what they saw and when. I went down to the crime scene last night. It is very hard to put into words what it looked like and how difficult it was to see. Anyone with information can call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or send digital tips to fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. Early this morning, evidence response teams finished their work at the crime scene. Bourbon Street has been turned over to the city of New Orleans. As you know, there's also an FBI investigation in Las Vegas. We are following up on all potential leads and not ruling everything out. However, at this point, there is no definitive link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas. And again, I'll preface, as I close, I'll preface everything with what I started with in the beginning, which was this is very early in an investigation like this. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this tragedy and everyone impacted across the country. They remain at the heart of our investigation. I also, although I've only been on the ground here a short time, I also want to express a sincere appreciation for our partners here, which include the U.S. Attorney's Office, HSI, ATF, the New Orleans PD, the Louisiana State Police, the Governor's Office, and countless others. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the Special Agent in charge of ATF here, Josh Jackson.
Hey, good afternoon. As stated, my name is Joshua Jackson. I am the special agent in charge for the ATF New Orleans Field Division. And ATF's primary mission is preventing, reducing, and solving violent crime throughout the United States and abroad. Solving part is the focus of this investigation. ATF resources that have been brought to bear to the city and to focus with our federal, state, and local partners have been our national response team. We spoke about the scene that's still being processed now. The national response team of ATF is a team of certified fire investigators, certified explosive specialists, fire engineers, electrical engineers. These folks will give us additional investigative leads to help the investigative team identify what happened at the location in Mandeville and identify how that fire started and move the investigation forward from there. Additional resources that ATF has brought to bear into the city is our ATF Special Response Team. This is a tactical team capable of handling any sort of enforcement operation. This team is deployed, on set, and ready for the Sugar Bowl today. This team is also made available to the Louisiana State Police and also New Orleans Police Department to assist with any efforts that they may have during this period. Additional resources, as the governor alluded to, he executed executive powers and had an emergency declared to where ATF was able to tap in to Emergency Support Function 13 resources. This allowed us to bring additional explosive detection canines so that we can safely sweep the city and safely sweep the Super Bowl in preparation for the game today. These resources will still be in the city as we lead up to the Super Bowl and through Mardi Gras. These type of ATF resources will be here. The last resources ATF has brought to bear, and probably the most important one, is our victim witness coordinators. These folks come in and they provide resources to the victims and the family members that have suffered greatly during this tragedy. The entire city hurts, but the victims and the family members are in need of resources and care long after this investigation wraps up. This time next year to be hard for the families and friends who suffered during this event. So our victim witness coordinators are working with the FBI, the City of New Orleans coordinators to provide resources to these folks out here. And as we move forward, ATF will be committed. We will work with the investigative team moving this investigation forward, but also we'll be here to make sure the city is safe and prepared as we move into the Super Bowl. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our mayor of this great city, New Orleans. Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, good morning once again. And I just want to just echo my thank yous to the unified command of our law enforcement partners and at every single level, federal, state, and governor. Governor, thank you for your partnership. Yeah, thank you. I also want to thank the residents and the visitors of the city of New Orleans for your patience, for your support, and most of all, your prayers. Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the victims' families.
And you've been listening to a news conference with local officials and the FBI following a deadly attack in New Orleans' French Quarter on New Year's Eve, which killed at least 15 people and injured dozens others. Now, one of the officials we heard from, Deputy Assistant FBI Director Christopher Raya, said that the suspect in question is a man named Shamsuddin Jabbar. That is the only suspect involved in the Louisiana attack, according to the FBI. And apparently, the suspect claimed to have joined ISIS in the summer, picked up this car in Houston, and that there's no definitive link between, of course, the attack that we're speaking about in New Orleans and the Cybertruck Las Vegas attack that also occurred in the past couple days. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Mike Shepard, who is standing by and has been listening to this press conference as well. So again, no definitive link between these two attacks, Mike, but interesting to hear that there's only one suspect involved when it comes to Louisiana.
Yes, that was a
break from what we have been hearing from the FBI as late as yesterday afternoon, when they said that there was the possibility of more than one person having been involved, that he may have had some assistance in pulling this together, that there may have been other conspirators. But the FBI made clear today that that was not the case, that the suspect acted alone. They offered some more details on his timeline, laying out when he had rented this truck that he used in the attack, the Ford F-150, and what he had done afterward, which is to post some of these videos, including the one where he claimed to have joined Islamic State, in which he also had claimed to have thought about causing harm to family members, but backed away from that, saying that he would rather put the focus on what he sees as the struggle ahead for for what he was purportedly waging this particular attack for. They said that they recovered 3 mobile phones and 2 laptops that belonged to the suspect, and they will be scouring through them. All the figures at this event today, the officials, including the governor of Louisiana, the mayor of New Orleans, they all made clear that this investigation is still in its very early stages. The governor even made it sound like a jigsaw puzzle, and they are just trying to put these pieces together. They're starting from the corners and working their way in, and they still have a lot more to learn about what drove this man to commit this terrible act.
Yeah, and of course we did hear FBI Deputy Assistant FBI Director Christopher Rea ask and implore the public for help. He also said definitively that this was an act of terrorism, it was premeditated, and an evil act. Mike, how does that change the investigation? What does that mean that it has been designated terrorism? Why go out of the way to say that?
Well, in part because it enables them to mobilize more resources. It adds a certain level of urgency to the investigation. And we heard the governor and the FBI and the ATF official there talking about how this will be an interagency effort. The governor at the top of his remarks indicated that there were as many as 1,000 law enforcement personnel already involved, sifting through data, other records, other clues, video recordings, any forensic evidence that they may obtain from the scene to obtain a better picture of what happened and why as well. And of course, as we assess this incident, we are looking ahead to events here in Washington too, and officials in the nation's capital, including the Metropolitan Police Department, are looking at their own security preparations as a result.
Bloomberg's Mike Shepard in Washington, D.C. Mike, definitely appreciate you joining us. Thanks so much. Well, coming up, much more on Bloomberg Technology. This is Bloomberg.
And that's it. You get comfortable being uncomfortable.
We're starting the year with a look at some of the most common ways to save for retirement and how you can maximize your money. Joining us for a look at IRAs, yes, hot topic, Sarah Brenner, Ed Slott & Company Director of Retirement Education. Sarah, great to have you here. Happy New Year to you. Let's start with just the basics here. What are traditional and Roth IRAs, and how can taxpayers choose between them?
Well, the year 2024 is history, but the good news is there is still time to make an IRA contribution for 2024. The deadline for contributing is the tax filing deadline, April 15th, and you have a choice. You can make a traditional IRA contribution, or you can make a Roth IRA contribution, and the two types of IRAs are very different. One thing that people like about making a traditional IRA contribution is you get a tax break up front. A lot of people can deduct their traditional IRA contributions. So everyone likes that, getting a benefit right away. Roth IRAs work a little bit differently. With a Roth IRA, you don't get a tax deduction. So sometimes people think, well, why should I make a Roth contribution if I'm not getting an immediate tax break? The benefit is on the other end. With a Roth IRA, the benefit is going to be tax-free earnings and tax-free distributions. So very different strategies, traditional versus Roth.
And so, Sarah, where do the income limits apply?
It's interesting. There are no income limits for making traditional IRA contributions. Anybody with earned income can go ahead and make a traditional IRA contribution. Now, income can come into play, however, when it comes to deductibility if you participate in a plan at work. If you have a plan, like a 401k plan with your employer, then you are going to bump into some income limits. For 2024, if you are participating in a plan at work and you're married filing jointly, your ability to deduct your traditional IRA contribution is going to phase out when your income reaches $123,000. So that's important to keep in mind. Also, it's important to remember that if you don't participate in a plan, but you're married to someone who does, that also can affect your ability to deduct your traditional IRA contribution.
Right.
Roths work a little differently. With Roths, we do have income limits.
Got it. So you were mentioning planning and making sure that your plan at work transfers over. For those who do have a plan through their employer, how do you make sure that you can move your retirement money accordingly when you do change employers?
That's very important. We know that these days people change jobs frequently. So it's really important to give thought to preserving retirement savings when people change jobs. If you're leaving a job, what you can do is do a direct rollover from your employer plan right to an IRA. If you go to a traditional IRA, that will be a tax neutral transaction. So you'll have no tax consequences and you can keep your retirement savings going. Then you can contribute to the traditional IRA and add to your savings.
Certainly. Okay, so say you finally reach the date, your target date, and you've got the funds and you're ready to deduct now. What are the distribution limits that you should be thinking about and the age at which you should be thinking about that?
A couple things you're going to want to keep in mind here. You can access your IRA money at any time. However, if you're under 59 and a half and you take a distribution from your IRA, that's going to be considered an early distribution. And early distributions are subject to a 10% additional penalty. So that's on top of the taxes that you pay when you take the IRA distribution. Now, there's a list of exceptions to the 10% penalty. So sometimes an exception applies and you can get out of the penalty that way. But the majority of the time, you take a distribution under 59 and a half, you're going to be hit not only with taxes, but also with a penalty. Now, once you reach retirement age, Uncle Sam is going to insist that you take money from your IRA. The current age where distributions need to begin is age 73. It used to be 70 and a half, but then back in 2019, the Secure Act bumped it up to 72. Then we had the Secure 2.0 Act, and that pushed the age for RMDs to 73. So that's where we are right now. You got to start taking annual RMDs out of your traditional IRA once you reach 73. The nice thing about a Roth IRA is while you're alive, you never have to take money out.
All right. DJ Khaled would say major key alert there. Sarah, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Well, Americans headed down south last year. That's according to U-Haul's Growth Index, which tracks one-way moves by U-Haul customers, and it found families are overwhelmingly migrating to the southeast and southwest states, at least during the past year. South Carolina, South Kakalaki, they topped the list, followed by Texas, North Kakalaki in North Carolina, and Florida. In a press release, U-Haul pointed to the cost of living, job opportunities, and quality of life as motivators for movers. States across the Northeast saw the biggest number of folks leave, but the biggest net loss state was actually California, coming in last for the 5th consecutive year. And on the same thread, mortgage rates, they stayed stubbornly high in 2024. But what might the new year bring here? We heard from a host of experts in the last few weeks talk about their outlook for the housing market in 2025. And here are some of the best bites.
So I don't think we're going to see mortgage rates move all the way back down to where they were over the last few years. Our expectation is that we'll see mortgage rates edge down to 6.2% by the end of 2025. And that'll mean an average mortgage rate of 6.3% across the year, because we expect home prices to continue to climb, but not as quickly as we saw in 2024. That means that those falling mortgage rates will basically help offset that gain in home prices, and monthly payments will be relatively flat. If we combine that with a healthy economic backdrop, which we expect, it means incomes go up, and we should see affordability improve very modestly for home shoppers in 2025. I still expect spring to be the peak season, but I do think as mortgage rates come down throughout the course of 2025, then we're likely to see some improved conditions in the second half of the year. But again, spring and summer is still going to be that peak home buying and selling season.
So we think the market will be a bit better next year, but not a whole lot given that mortgage rates still remain quite high.
What's the magic number that you're anticipating on the mortgage rate front where we could potentially see some averaging out?
Well, prices are already reflective of current mortgage rates, so we're going to see sales even with these high mortgage rates. If mortgage rates were to come down, say below 6.5%, something closer to the 5 range, then I think we would see a large burst in demand, more bidding wars, more price growth than even what we're anticipating right now.
Certainly, and taking a look at some of the predictions here as well, even as we're showing that 6.8% rate on the screen for our viewers here, you're also anticipating that home prices will still rise 4% in 2025. Why is that?
Well, a lot of people have been delaying buying a home, thinking that mortgage rates were going to fall. And now that it looks like mortgage rates are going to stay pretty much where they are, there's no reason to wait anymore. So even though rates haven't come down, we do expect more buyers to come back. Also, the economy is growing, and some people are really ready to buy a home and can pay in cash to avoid those high interest rates. So I think demand is going to be stronger.
Given the higher mortgage rate environment, Zillow does expect probably fewer new listings from existing owners than we did just a couple months ago moving in to that next year. That said, we still forecast a steady improvement. That's going to be particularly true with more new listings come in the lower half of the U.S. This past year, that was the case in Florida and Texas, where we saw buyers markets and rising inventory. We expect that to now start moving into the Southwest. For similar reasons that you think of, when I think of the lower half of the U.S., those are owners that are less locked into their mortgage. So they're less locked in when a major life event happens, like say they're ready to retire, move down, move up, more kids. They're more able to do so because that housing market is actually still functioning and moving with available listings. That will be more the case moving forward, I think, in more areas as inventories start to rise and buyers experience affordability challenges. So not everybody can move forward, right? Over time, I think we're going to have a softer housing market in 2025, but steadily going towards normal.
Well, I think we're going to see that certainly as we move into 2025 and into 2026. With the persistent lack of lots, or at least I'll say affordable lots, really that's the lifeblood of the industry is land. You add on to labor and of course regulations and NIMBYism, and then you have the makings for a difficult housing market moving forward. But I think if we look at ways that we can release those lots, I think that is the one thing I would ask local governments to do is we get ready for what I think is going to be a golden age of housing production over the next 4 or 5 years. We really need to get those pieces of land in the pipeline now, and we need to get them in there affordably so that we can meet demand in the future.
The home sales have been rising recent months after being stagnant in the early part of the year, and the reasoning is very simple. We have more inventory, so more inventory is bringing out more buyers. We know that the mortgage rate is not fully behaving as the Federal Reserve has been cutting rates, mortgage rates stubbornly refusing to decline, but the more inventory, more choices for consumers are bringing buyers back into the market. That's why it is critical that the builders ramp up production in the upcoming years. So I do believe that the builders need to produce more and will produce more, thereby providing that golden years upcoming.
That's it for Wealth, everyone. I'm Brad Smith. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for Market Domination with Julie Hyman and Josh Lipton coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh,
मतलब में देखो मार्केट ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट पर ही है, उसके अलावा तो उसमें कुछ ट्रेड बन नहीं रहा। न्यूज़ आई थी उसकी वजह से, रिजल्ट आया था शायद सेल्स का, इसलिए गिरा था 5%। नीचे थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट लिया है, बट अगर ये ब्रेक होता है 374 तो और गिरेगा। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी दूर है 415, बीच में और कोई रेजिस्टेंस मुझे नज़र नहीं आ रहा फिलहाल 15 मिनट में। बाकी आई थिंक ये एमसीएक्स में तो नहीं, फॉरेक्स में एक रेजिस्टेंस है ऊपर, शायद वहां तक पहुंचे। नेचुरल गैस भी पहुंच गया टारगेट तक ऑलमोस्ट। नेचुरल गैस में भी बुक करना चाहो तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना। क्रूड ऑयल वैसे ही रिस्की ट्रेड था, इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई फिर भी नहीं आया, सेलेक्ट कर दिया। ब्रेकआउट रीटा जरूर किया है, बट ये ऊपर भी एक रेजिस्टेंस है, फॉरेक्स में एमसीएक्स में तो नहीं है, तो ध्यान रखना। करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल।
Futures both pushing higher, and this is after the weakness that we saw close out 2024. The S&P 500 had been down for 4 straight sessions to finish off the new year. That is the longest losing streak that we've seen for the benchmark since September. So the big question now is whether that weakness will carry through as perhaps we get trading volumes returning to more normal levels as people return from holidays and things like that. Now, going cross asset, you can see the U.S. dollar is seeing a bit of weakness this morning after its best year since 2015. And Brent is on the up this morning, trading pretty close to $75 a barrel. Now, let's continue talking about commodities and talk about gold, because gold is just coming off of what has been a stellar year. You can see there a 27% gain over 2024. And really, that this chart just says it all, really. There's a lot of outperformance there for gold. This was driven by central bank buying, cuts in interest rates by the Fed, and then also there was a lot of haven buying over the course of the year as we had geopolitics playing up. Base metals, though, they were basically little change on the year, 6%. And then lithium and iron ore, those are two places that saw big losses as we had a lot of weakness in the Chinese economy that filtered down to those metals. Now, let's move on from markets and talk about one of the biggest stories that is making headlines today. The FBI says it's investigating a terrorist attack and hunting possible accomplices after a truck was deliberately driven into a crowd in New Orleans, killing at least 15 people. And President Biden says police are looking into any possible link between that attack and the explosion of a Tesla Cybertruck in Las Vegas.
We're tracking the explosion of a Cybertruck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Law enforcement and the intelligence community are investigating this as well, including whether there's any possible connection with the attack in New Orleans. Thus far, there's nothing to report on that score at this time.
For more, let's bring in our U.S. Managing Editor, Miles Miller. So, Miles, thanks for joining us. What's the latest that we know on this investigation?
Yeah, right now we know federal investigators are trying to piece through the background of this suspect. We're talking about 42-year-old U.S. Army veteran Shamsud Din Jabbar. Now, we are told that he rented a pickup truck on the app Turo and drove that pickup truck into crowds of people in the French Quarter on Bourbon Street. Now, we know that investigators recovered multiple improvised explosive devices and an ISIS flag inside his vehicle, all evidence that suggests a terror plot. Now, the FBI insists he may not have acted alone, and they are urging anyone with information to come forward immediately. Now, this attack was quickly followed by an incident that happened in Las Vegas. A Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside of President-elect Donald Trump's hotel in Vegas, killing the driver and wounding at least 7 bystanders. Now, the one thing that is a connection between these two incidents is that both of those vehicles were rented on the app Turo. Right now, there is no link between the two incidents, but Elon Musk said the blast was caused by a bomb or powerful fireworks, but officials are aggressively investigating these incidents and trying to figure out if there are any links to terror. But in both of these incidents, the FBI is investigating these as acts of terror.
What kind of implications do these events hold for Donald Trump at the moment? I mean, it raises a lot of security concerns just ahead of him taking up the White House in a few short weeks.
Yeah, that's right. President-elect Donald Trump, who takes office on January 20th, called these attacks an urgent reminder of the need for robust national security. Of course, the FBI is probing both of these crime scenes, and Donald Trump has pledged to replace the FBI director. He's already nominated someone to replace the FBI director. He's already nominated someone to be Homeland Security chief. But this highlights the need for robust domestic security. when we talk about everything from homegrown terrorism to attacks from ISIS and the like. This threat of homegrown terrorism is not new. In fact, the FBI just a few weeks ago sent out a memo joint with the Department of Homeland Security warning about possible vehicle ramming attacks, but that was focused on Times Square. And then you have this incident happening in New Orleans, which is a place where many people go to celebrate the new year. And so it's something that's always top of mind, something that they're always planning for. And in fact, when that pickup truck rammed those people, Bourbon Street was shut down by police. And that quick response by police, who were already pre-positioned there, allowed many more lives to be saved and allowed that police to neutralize that gunman very quickly.
Have we heard from Donald Trump at all on the issues?
Yeah, Donald Trump released a statement basically calling for a robust investigation into what happened here, of course, saying that this is an urgent reminder of the need for that robust national security. We heard from President Biden as well, saying that the law enforcement intelligence community is working around the clock to determine if these events are connected. But Donald Trump looking to really showcase on the national stage and the global stage that when he takes office, that issues of terrorism will be of great concern and issues of national security will be of great concern. Of course, it was just recently where the president-elect said that they had defeated ISIS. This is an attack that the FBI believes was inspired by ISIS. So while this is not ISIS on the shores of the United States, it is very much an ISIS-inspired attack, and that's something that is going to be very important for investigators to look at. How do you prevent this kind of homegrown extremism? And then in their investigation into what happened here, was there any foreign funding for this attack, or was this just someone who was disgruntled or upset and basically carried out this attack on his own without any material support? But as of right now, the FBI certainly believes that there are other people who were involved in the planning of this and that he may not have acted alone.
Miles, really thorough reporting there. Thanks for breaking all of that down for us. That's U.S. Managing Editor for Bloomberg TV, Miles Miller. And still ahead, we'll get the outlook for currency markets with the central bank's rate path in focus. ANZ's head of FX research joins us next. This is Bloomberg.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Christine Burke in Dubai. Russian gas has stopped flowing to Europe via Ukraine, closing off a route that's operated for 5 decades. The stoppage will force Central European countries to source more expensive gas from elsewhere. Bloomberg's managing editor for Commodities and Energy, Clara Ferreira Marquez, joins the conversation now. So, Clara, thanks for joining us this morning. How is this going to impact the European energy market and also global energy markets? I mean, we're talking about a lot of natural gas supply that's now out of the market, essentially, right?
It's a really interesting step because in a way it shouldn't be that significant. It's about 5% of European supply, but it's a milestone, both in terms of Europe weaning itself off Russian gas and in terms of it's an end of an era. If you think that Russia or the Soviet Union, as it then was, started to connect its gas to Europe in the late 60s, this is really drawing that to a close. There is still one remaining pipeline, Turkstream, but this is going to close that period, and I think it shows just how much Europe has worked towards removing Russian gas. Remember that if we look back to just before the war, Europe was taking about 40% of its gas by pipeline from Russia. Now it's going to be down to less than 10%. So very, very significant efforts there.
What does this mean for Russia then?
Well, for Russia, it's a very interesting problem to resolve. So obviously they huge gas producers. A lot of the European market has been taken offline. Europe does still take Russian gas, but a lot less than it was taking before. This means Russia really has to double down on liquefied natural gas, on LNG. There, however, it is coping with some very significant sanctions from the US. And so we'll have to see over the next year or so how they manage to work around it, and if they do. Thank you.
All right, Clara, thanks so much for all the insight. That's Bloomberg's managing editor for Commodities and Energy, Clara Ferreira Marquez. Well, into markets now. The Chinese yuan is in focus today. Avril Hong is in our Singapore studio with more. Avril, what's going on?
Yeah, Christine, I mean, as you say, the yuan is really in focus today, and this is against the backdrop of those concerns surrounding the Chinese economy. Has really been on the back foot. And with the case of U.S. exceptionalism, that's also meant that, you know, it, along with all these Asia currencies, have kind of succumbed to the greenback strength. So actually, earlier in the week, we saw it top the 736 level. And this was also blamed on thin trading conditions. But that also meant that today we saw the PBOC stepping in terms of support for the renminbi, and you know it was the strongest fix versus estimates. 1,300 pips. This is the strongest we've seen it since July, and all this is coming on yet more indications of Chinese economic weakness. You look at the private survey of manufacturing activity that showed expansion, but it really missed the mark based on the Taising manufacturing PMI. So overall, it points to an economy that's still in need of support, and the Chinese yuan really on the back foot today, despite some support from the PBOC. Christine.
Thanks so much, Avril. And I do want to note that just as we look to equities in Asia, we got the MSCI Asia Pacific moving lower, the Hang Seng, China CSI 300 all down more than 1%. So while we are seeing a bit of optimism in the U.S. futures market, it's pretty red in Asia. Well, let's bring in Mahjabeen Zaman now, who's head of FX research at ANZ. Mahjabeen, great to have you with us today on the first trading day of the new year. Avril there just broke down what's going on with the yuan for us, but let's talk about the dollar. We've got weakness coming through the market this morning, but still we're coming off of the best year since 2015 for the greenback. Where do you think we go from here?
Happy New Year. Look, I think starting with the year, it's really hard to argue against the US dollar on a fundamental basis. When we look at US inflation surprises, we look at US economic surprises, all of them are really standing out relative to other major economies. So yes, we have seen the dollar run up ahead into the new year. We continue to expect dollar to remain overvalued, or at least into the first half of this year. Of course, talking around the U.S. exceptionalism story, that's one thing. And of course, not forgetting, Trump's policies once his inauguration comes through later this month.
What are your calls for 2024 in terms of the broader FX market?
Look, I think we can't ignore Trump's policies, and it's interesting to see that Trump's first presidency, much of the impact of tariffs was really absorbed from foreign exchange. Now, of course, a stronger dollar will impact different currencies differently. For example, if we do get across the board tariffs, economies that have a larger contribution towards manufacturing as part of their GDP, like the European Union, will likely be more sensitive to blanket tariffs, which means that the growth story, which is already pretty weak in the euro, will likely continue to weigh further on the euro if that comes through, relative to more services-driven economies such as Australia, which will be less sensitive to across the blanket tariffs, for example.
And what are you expecting when it comes to tariffs? I mean, I've been looking at your insights, and it sounds like you perhaps don't see Trump being as harsh as the rhetoric that we've heard from him suggests.
Yeah, look, I think it will be more of a sequential approach. We do think that where he has an opportunity to do an executive order first, which is tariffs and immigration, might come through quicker than the others, which needs Congress approval. But we don't think he's going to go through the 60% of tariffs on China. We think he's going to go sequential, and there might be room for a conversation or a negotiation with China as well. But we'll have to wait to see.
And let's talk about central banks for a minute and go to the Fed, because also you have a call here for 3 rate cuts over 2025. So that's a bit more than the Fed has said and a bit more than markets are predicting as well. What are your views and why do you see the need for 3 rate cuts?
Look, we think market is terribly hawkish, and that's obviously playing out in FX and yields. It does look like, based on the recent FOMC meeting, that the Fed is comfortable now with the labor market, and now, of course, worried that inflation is going to worsen. Maybe they are preempting future policies that might come through on the political front. But, we scale that back, and just, when the Federal Reserve cut 50 basis points in September, labor was one of their biggest concerns. But really looking at the data, we can't ignore that labor market story. Yes, non-farm payrolls or job growth, on the broader scale looks okay. But when you break it down, you can see that the private sector is starting to look much more weaker than generally the big number suggests. And much of the growth is really in the public sector side of things. And so again, we're seeing drops in job openings and all of that. And if that continues to play out, we think that might drive the Fed towards, further easing. And again, coming back to the fact, whether it's 2 rate cuts this year or 3 rate cuts this year, still relative to the rest of the world, U.S. yield differential is going to be much higher, and that's still going to be dollar supportive.
Yeah, and how about over at the BOJ? They've been quite non-committal in terms of the timing of the next rate hike. Some now saying that March is more likely. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was looking like perhaps January was on the table. What are your views on where the BOJ is going to take their policy?
Look, I think with Bank of Japan, it's not about if, but when, and we are expecting 2 further hikes in 2025. Of course, like Bank of Japan, Ueda recently said, waiting on wages hike trends as well as Trump's policy. And, I think for Japan, there's 2 things to look at. One is, of course, the external drivers. Net exports have been a large drag on Japan's GDP. Of course, if we are talking and we are thinking generally global growth environment outside the U.S. is going to be a bit softer, then you would argue that maybe that weaker yen might be helpful for those exporters, provide a bit of that offsetting effect. However, on the domestic side of things, you look at wages, you look at business sentiment, you look at services, PPI, all of that really does point to, things moving higher. Demand stays, private demand stays pretty strong. And really for us, that really points to, future rate hikes coming up, and possibly the next one will be in Q1.
All right. Well, we are officially in Q1, so that's interesting. Happy New Year to you, Mahjabeen, and thanks so much for joining us this morning. That's Mahjabeen Zaman, ANZ Head of FX Research. Well, coming up, Kenya's annual inflation rate climbs for a 2nd consecutive month. We take a look at the country's economy and politics a bit later in the show. This is Bloomberg.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
Welcome back to Horizons, Middle East and Africa. I'm Christine Burke in Dubai. Chinese EV giant BYD hit a new monthly sales record in December, spurred on by subsidies and extra incentives for buyers. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Asia transport reporter Linda Liu, who joins us from Hong Kong. So, Linda, record sales numbers for BYD here. Talk us through what drove these record sales and what the record sales say about China's electric vehicle market.
Yeah, so BYD really rode a wave of popularity of its affordable models, as well as a Chinese government subsidy that gave out rebates for customers that traded in their older vehicles for new EVs. So this really vaulted BYD to achieve a historic 4.27 million vehicle sales for 2024, and it's actually brought it closer to closing the gap with Tesla as the world's best-selling EV brand. So BYD sells hybrids as well as electric vehicles, and they're just less than a few tens of thousands of units from Tesla's 2024 deliveries.
Right, so they're pretty competitive with one another then. We are also expected to get Tesla full year delivery figures a bit later this week, I believe. And I think the expectation is that it may not actually meet its guidance. Why is that the expectation, and what does that say about global EV demand?
Yeah, so analyst estimates have put its fourth quarter deliveries at a record high. But it looks like it may not help Tesla achieve its guidance of a slight growth over 2023 deliveries, something of over 1.8 million vehicles for this year. Tesla's experience is showing a weakening global demand for EVs. We're also seeing other automakers like Volkswagen and Mercedes, BMW, they've kind of had to scale back their EV ambitions, kind of coming down from some of the sales goal they've set for EVs in the near future. So Tesla is hoping that they can achieve new growth in the coming year with hopefully trialing their autonomous robotaxi service, as well as newer, more affordable models.
Thanks for breaking all of that down for us, Linda. That's Bloomberg Asia transport reporter Linda Liu. Now for a look at some of the other stories that we are following this morning. A new round of nuclear talks between Iran and European countries is set to begin on January 13th in Geneva. The semi-official Iranian Students News Agency quotes the nation's deputy foreign minister saying the meeting will be about dialogue and consultation, not negotiation. Representatives from the UK, France, and Germany are expected to attend. Former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has announced he will soon resign from parliament. Gallant was fired as defense minister on November 5th over what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu then described as, quote, significant gaps between the two men over the war. His resignation is likely to make it easier for Netanyahu to muster majorities in some crucial parliamentary votes. President-elect Donald Trump says he will lobby House Republicans if necessary to help elect Mike Johnson as Speaker. Trump endorsed Johnson on Monday ahead of a House vote that's due to happen tomorrow. Johnson faces criticism within the party after backing a temporary spending deal that left out some Trump demands. Now, let's talk more about how markets are doing as we head into the bottom half hour of the show. And you can see on the screen here that it's pretty green, actually. You've got S&P 500 futures up, NASDAQ 100 futures up, the Dow, and Europe. So we're looking like we are heading for a solid open on Wall Street. We are seeing some weakness come through in Asia. And also just note that cash trading is closed today. For Treasuries, cash trading is closed today as there's a holiday in Japan. Now, coming up, global sovereign wealth fund investments pick up in 2024 with the Middle East topping the list. We get the latest insights next with Diego Lopez from Global SWF. This is Bloomberg.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
as my birthday signals another milestone in my life. I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly for generations to come.
This is Horizons, Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. The FBI is investigating a suspected terrorist attack in New Orleans after a truck plows into a crowd, killing at least 15 people. Police are also looking into whether a Tesla Cybertruck explosion outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas may be related to the New Orleans incident. Plus, no more Russian gas will flow to Europe via Ukraine after both sides allowed a transit deal to expire, closing off a route that has operated for 5 decades. It's just gone 8:30 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Christine Burke in Dubai. Well, as ever at Bloomberg, let's start this back half of the hour by looking at where markets are as we head into, or we are in, the first official trading session of 2025. And what I will say is that we're seeing a bit of disjointed trading at the moment. So when we look at U.S. equity futures, we are seeing a decent amount of strength. You can see here that we're up about 0.3%. However, when you look over to Asia this morning, there is a lot of weakness coming through, and specifically coming through for Chinese shares. We do have Japan closed today for a holiday, and there's no cash treasuries trading going on at the moment. So do note that. If we look at other assets this morning, the dollar is weaker after closing out its best year since 2015. And Brent crude is having a nice little start there as well. You can see that we're almost at $75 for Brent crude. We got a report overnight out of the U.S. that U.S. stockpiles there dropped. So perhaps that's giving just a little bit of a boost to oil this morning. And I want to talk about another commodity that's coming off of a stellar year, and that is gold. So gold just finished 2024 with gains of 27%. And this chart shows you here just how much of an outperformer it was among metals for 2024. Base metals as a whole just climbing 6%. And then lithium and iron ore were down quite significantly as we had concerns coming through around the Chinese economy. So that is the story there with metals. And just note also this morning, we are seeing a lot of strength for silver. We have silver futures, or spot silver, up about 1.5%, and silver futures up more than 1.5%. So keep an eye on silver as we move into 2025. Well, let's turn now to the world of sovereign wealth funds. Abu Dhabi's Mubadala has been the most active in 2024 as it ramped up deal making across the board. From private credit to AI, you name it, they have a stake. The UAE's sovereign fund has overtaken Saudi Arabia's PIF, which was most active in 2023, but pulled back on spending last year as it focused more on domestic projects. A report by research consultancy Global SWF says Mubadala spent almost $30 billion last year, and that was a jump of 67% from 2023. Diego Lopez is founder and managing director at Global SFW, and he joins us now. Diego, great to have you here so quickly on the heels of your annual report, which you just released yesterday. When we look at this report, Abu Dhabi is all over the top of the list. It's not just Mubadala. Talk us through the kind of investments that we are seeing from the Emirate.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christine. Happy New Year, and thank you for having me. It's true. I mean, Mubadala had a stellar year, and you said correctly. I mean, from in every single industry, every single region, they were active. I mean, the thing with Mubadala now is that it's grown to different entities, right? So they do have the Abu Dhabi Investment Council, which acts more like an endowment fund. They do have the Mubadala Capital arm, which has become very active because they've raised a lot of $1 billion from third-party investors. And now they got MGX, which, as you know, is a joint venture with G42, and it's been very active in all AI sort of things. So in every single industry, every single region, I mean, 85% of the capital that you mentioned is being deployed in developed markets. So that seems to have been the focus this year. But in reality, they are investing in China, India, and all sort of emerging markets as well.
Yeah, when we look globally at the amount of capital that was deployed across sovereign wealth funds, $136 billion, and it really was funds here in the Middle East that dominated. Talk to me about what we saw out of Saudi Arabia, because the PIF was the biggest spender in 2023, but not in 2024. It fell back.
Yeah, absolutely. So out of the 136 that you mentioned, 82 billion were deployed by what we call the oil five, right? So these are the three funds from Abu Dhabi, so ADIA, Mubadala, ADQ, as well as PIF and QIA. So these are the five most active funds, not only in the Gulf, but globally, really. I mean, they were part of the top 10 globally. And they deploy, I mean, in every single industry. I mean, if we look at Saudi, it's true that they've come to a second or sort of third position after GAC in Singapore this year. But they are still very active domestically. I mean, they are deploying in every single giga project in the country. They are helping with all the heavy lifting in the economy. In the Abu Dhabi, we have what we call the Abu Dhabi approach, right? So the approach is different. Every fund looks at different things. In Saudi, you have the Saudi approach, which is basically PIF amalgamating all the efforts of the country. So they are very different. I mean, all the sovereigns at the end of the day are very different, but PIF has got a great year as well on the wraps.
Yeah, and what regions were the most popular? Where did we see this money invested? I have to ask this because when I'm looking at the report, it says that India and China continued to be popular, but that we saw a dramatic increase in popularity for the UK and Australia. That surprised me.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the UK has had a great year. I think the amount of capital went up to 26 billion. Australia as well. I mean, Australia is partly because there are some Australian superannuation funds investing domestically, but we've seen a lot of activity from the Canadian funds, from the Middle Eastern funds, and the Singaporean funds into Australia as well. So for instance, we saw ADQ investing in Plenary Group, which is a huge manager for infrastructure down under. So those have become sort of fancy or topical. But as you said, India and China stay very popular as well, although emerging markets decrease as a whole. I believe it was 12% that drop in activity in emerging markets overall, but China and India in particular seem to be very active and increasing in the portfolio of sovereign investors.
What about where these funds are investing in terms of industry? Is it AI? Is it digital investment? What were the key themes that came through over the course of last year?
Yeah, it's interesting because we saw a lot of activity in private credit. And I think that's just natural because there's a lot of capital flowing into the Gulf as well, right? So if you look at all the major managers and bankers, they're all setting up offices in ADGM, DIFC, in King Abdullah Financial District in Saudi. So they're all setting up these huge sort of joint ventures to tackle private credit because I think that is naturally something new for sovereigns, and they're leveraging the knowledge and the know-how of large managers in that space. Another key theme of the year was infrastructure. So large infrastructure projects and large infrastructure funds raising, whether it was sustainability related or transportation. We saw a lot of activity there. And then lastly, as you said, digitalization. So from digital infrastructure, sort of fiber, telecom towers, and also data centers, obviously, but increasingly so AI, which we mentioned before, also space investing. So if you look at the UAE and Saudi, they both have great space programs. And they have got, astronauts, 4 astronauts actually, from Saudi and UAE in the past 2 years in space. And that has been rolled into Mubadala and PIF. So each of them has a sort of a space investing program. They being already investing in some of space companies overseas.
Where do you expect us to go from here? I mean, we are talking about sovereign wealth funds that now manage some $13 trillion in assets. How much more do you think we will see them deploy in 2025?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's difficult to see where the limit is, right? So we all thought that, there was going to be a recession, there was going to be some slowdown in activity this year. In reality, it's just coming up and up and up. So it's difficult to see where the limit is. But we believe that funds in the Middle East in particular are going to keep growing just because they are reaping the rewards of high oil prices in the past 3 years. I mean, oil stayed at $80 this year on average, I believe. But still, that means that's about the break-even oil price for most of these economies. So that means that the sovereigns will keep receiving capital that they need to put to work. And then you have all the asset managers that I mentioned before creating this ecosystem where, again, they have to be active in the marketplace. So we expect the deal making to persist in the new year. We are a bit concerned with exposure to the Magnificent Seven. We did an analysis on the annual report where we believe that the exposure was pretty significant across the sovereigns globally. So there could be some correction there. But in terms of private markets, we believe that the activity is going to persist quite significantly next year.
Interesting. So overexposure to Magnificent Seven, that is definitely something that we'll want to keep an eye on here in the region. Well, that's Diego Lopez, founder and managing director at Global SWF. Thanks so much for all of your time. Well, coming up, emerging market assets underperformed in 2024, and there are many risks ahead for EM bonds and currencies. We get a deep dive on this year's outlook next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Horizons, Middle East and Africa. I'm Christine Burke in Dubai. Kenya's annual inflation rate has risen for a second successive month as higher food and transport costs offset the effects of the shilling's world-beating performance. For more on this, Bloomberg's Ondiro Oganga joins us now. So, Ondiro, Happy New Year. Good to see you as always. What more do we know about this inflation data?
Hi, Christine. So we are seeing food and non-alcoholic beverages rose by 0.7%. And as you mentioned, it's accelerated by high prices of food. Then you have the index for housing, electricity, water, and gas rising by 0.2%. And this is because we've been seeing power prices surge. Transport also, like you mentioned, went up by 1.8%. But this is mainly because transport operators increased the prices. But the central bank is not very worried about the increase in inflation. It's still within their target range of 2.5% to 7.5%. And even in December, we saw them cut rates for the third consecutive time to 11.25% from 12%. All this with the hope of easing inflation and also injecting some form of capital in the private sector through affordable and accessible capital. We are also seeing that the shilling has helped with inflation because it has gained 21% against the dollar in 2024. And this went a long way in reducing import prices, particularly raw materials and finished goods such as fuel.
And when we look into 2025, what does the political landscape look like, the economic landscape? What are we expecting to see from here?
On the political landscape, tension is expected to continue escalating. Take 30th of December, for example. There were protests over abductions of government critics. And even though it was the festive season, there was still a fair turnout in Nairobi and pockets of protests across the country. And one of the protesters even told Bloomberg that we are here to demand that the government releases our brothers who've been abducted. The Kenya National Human Rights Commission says 82 people have been abducted since June 29 and still missing. Mid-December to date, 7 have been abducted, and we had Billy Mwangi's dad, who's one of those who've been abducted, breaking down in court, asking for the whereabouts of his son. Peter Mutete's mother showing up to the protest, and there's also one, Gideon Kibet, who was abducted, and he's popular cartoonist, and he's been making satirical silhouettes that have become the face of the rebellion against President William Ruto on social media. And we're having the government sing two tunes. The police are saying they do not have any of their abductees in their custody, but President William Ruto in his New Year address says, and I quote, "It cannot be denied that there have been instances of excessive and extrajudicial action by members of security forces." And these two conflicting messages from the government continues to aggravate Kenyans. So tension likely to continue for a better part of next year.
Thanks so much for breaking that down for us, Ondiro. Appreciate your time. That's Bloomberg's Ondiro Oganga in Kigali, Rwanda. Now for a look at some of the other stories that we are following this morning. Ivory Coast's president has announced the withdrawal of French troops from the country beginning this month. It adds to a growing number of Francophone states that have asked the former colonial power to relinquish its military presence in West Africa. The move is a blow to President Emmanuel Macron's strategy to redefine French military power in the region. Nigeria's president has announced a new state-owned company dedicated to increasing access to credit for individuals and critical sectors of the economy. Bola Tinubu used his New Year's speech to unveil the National Credit Guarantee Company, saying one of its aims will be to support underserved groups such as women and youth. It'll be comprised of public and private investors and is expected to start operating by the end of June. Coming up, one of India's largest refiners is forced to find more expensive crude cargoes from the Middle East to make up for lower supplies from Russia. We will get the latest next. This is Bloomberg.
This is going to sound crazy, but I know these attack vectors. Oh, had a little upgrade, have we? Okay, so that's how you want to play.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Christine Burke in Dubai. Emerging market bonds and currencies are entering a period of increasing risk due to the combination of a hawkish-leaning Federal Reserve, uncertain U.S. fiscal and trade policy, and China's tepid recovery. For more, let's go to Bloomberg MLive Asia team leader Garfield Reynolds. So, Garfield, we have a lot of underperformance for EM assets over the course of last year. What is the outlook for this year?
Well, the outlook for this year, actually like a lot of outlooks for this year beyond even emerging market assets, is for at least the short term more of the same. Investors and strategists see a lot of very strong headwinds for emerging market assets. Some of those center around the potential for President-elect Trump to bring in tariffs. And it's not that even necessarily emerging markets are in and of themselves more vulnerable to tariffs. It's more that they are already a weaker investment case than a lot of developed markets. So that's what's got traders on edge. In particular, the currency channel could be a very important transmission mechanism for the impact of tariffs on emerging markets. The US dollar has already been very strong in the last little while, and again, that's something that really hits a lot of emerging markets very hard. There is also, aside from those sort of factors, the concern that there are a range of economies who are particularly vulnerable because of a combination of large fiscal and current account deficits, and that's the sort of thing that will get investors to pull out of such markets very rapidly. Brazil, Turkey, and South Africa are three in particular.
Yeah, and we know what Donald Trump is going to do is going to very much matter for these emerging markets. How important is what the Fed does? I mean, how much does movement for these markets hinge on whether the Fed continues to cut next year or perhaps hits pause for longer than many people may think?
Yeah, well, that's definitely been perhaps an underappreciated aspect of what has been going on. A more hawkish Fed means, again, a stronger US dollar and a sort of sustained stronger US dollar. I think you can look at the Fed as a risk factor that's less volatile than what might come out of the White House. So if the Fed, at the moment, traders are pricing for just one Fed cut by the end of the first half, quite possibly only coming in June. That's going to be the sort of thing that will keep on driving the US dollar higher and expose emerging market currencies in particular to the sort of shocks we saw that hit, say, the Brazilian real when there was the concerns about Lula's attempts at fiscal repair. The Turkish lira has always been volatile. It could readily drop a lot. So I think emerging market investors would actually be hoping that the Fed delivers a rate cut before June and at least delivers 2, if not more. That's a scenario that rates traders in the US at the moment are not paying much attention to.
Garfield, thanks so much for that. I did want to ask you about our big take today, but we're not going to have time. So I just want to put on the radar of our viewers out there that today's big take is about Wall Street predictions for 2025. So do go and have a look at it because it's a lot about Trump and there are some surprising calls in there. Well, one of India's largest refiners has been forced to seek alternative and more expensive crude cargoes from the Middle East to make up for lower supplies from Russia. For more, let's go straight to Bloomberg's Rakesh Sharma, who's in New Delhi for us. So, Rakesh, what is causing this? Why are we seeing limited flows of Russian oil going to India at the moment?
2024 didn't end up on a very cheerful note for the Indian refiners like Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. Their biggest and the cheapest source of suppliers, that is Russia,